Rain hammered against the massive glass windows of the Vale Grand Hotel, while Olivia Bennet balanced 3 silver champagne trays across both hands and tried not to let her arms shake. The ballroom glittered like something pulled from another world. Crystal chandeliers flooded the marble hall with golden light. Wealthy couples laughed beneath towering flower arrangements taller than Olivia herself. Waiters in pressed black uniforms glided between tables carrying lobster platters and expensive wine bottles worth more than Olivia's monthly rent. Or what used to be her rent. Olivia forced herself to breathe slowly as she stepped around a laughing group of investors near the ballroom entrance. "Champagne, ma'am." The older woman barely looked at her. Olivia was invisible tonight. Except when she wasn't, because every few minutes she caught someone recognizing her. Their eyes widened slightly. Then came the whispers. "That's her. Poor thing. I heard Nathan left her after she lost the apartment. Can you imagine serving at your ex-fiance's engagement party?" Olivia kept walking. Smile. Nod. Pour drinks. Pretend your heart isn't collapsing inside your chest. She had gotten very good at pretending lately. 3 months ago, Olivia Bennet had still believed her life was going somewhere. She and Nathan had been planning a wedding. A small one at first. Then Nathan started climbing higher inside Vale Grand hotels, and suddenly everything changed. Better apartments, more expensive clothes, networking dinners, corporate galas. Nathan began correcting the way she spoke during dinners. Then the way she dressed. Then the people she talked to. Eventually, Olivia realized Nathan didn't actually love her anymore. He loved the version of her that made him look successful. And the moment she stopped fitting that image, he replaced her with Chloe, her best friend. The memory hit Olivia like broken glass every time she saw them together. Tonight, she couldn't escape it. At the center of the ballroom, beneath the largest chandelier in the hotel, Nathan Carter stood beside Chloe Mercer while photographers snapped endless pictures of them together. They looked perfect. Nathan wore a dark navy tuxedo tailored so sharply it looked painted onto him. Chloe's silver gown shimmered beneath the ballroom lights every time she moved. Beautiful. Elegant. Untouchable. Like the kind of people Olivia used to think existed only in movies. Only now they looked at her like she was beneath them. Olivia lowered her eyes and continued serving drinks. "You're shaking." The quiet voice startled her. Olivia turned and found Marcus Hale standing near one of the marble columns. Head of security. Tall. Broad shoulders. Always serious. Tonight his expression looked almost sympathetic. Olivia forced a smile. "I'm fine." Marcus glanced toward Nathan and Chloe before lowering his voice. "You should ask someone else to cover this floor. I need the hours. You also need sleep." Olivia almost laughed. Sleep. That sounded luxurious. Instead, she adjusted the tray in her hands. "I'm okay." Marcus studied her for another second before giving a small nod and walking away toward the ballroom entrance. Olivia exhaled slowly, then froze. Nathan was walking toward her. Every muscle in her body tightened instantly. He looked effortlessly confident as always, like someone who had never doubted himself a single day in his life. "Olivia." His voice still hurt to hear. Not because she loved him anymore, but because part of her still remembered when hearing her name from him used to feel safe. Now it felt dangerous. She straightened carefully. "Mr. Carter." Nathan smirked slightly. "You don't have to do that. Your management now. And your staff tonight." The words landed harder than he probably intended. Or maybe exactly as hard as he intended. Olivia kept her face calm. "Do you need something?" Nathan glanced around the ballroom before leaning slightly closer. "You look tired." That Olivia stared at him. That was what he chose to say? Not "I'm sorry." Not "I shouldn't have destroyed your life." Just "you look tired." She swallowed carefully. It's been a long week. Nathan's eyes softened briefly. And for one dangerous second, Olivia saw the old version of him. The one who used to bring her coffee during night classes. The one who used to kiss her forehead while she studied hospitality management textbooks at 2 in the morning. Then Chloe appeared beside him. And the moment shattered instantly. "There you are," Chloe said brightly while slipping her arm through Nathan's. "The investors are asking for you." Then she noticed Olivia fully. A pause. A tiny smile. "Not kind. Never kind." "Oh," Chloe said softly. "You're working this section." Olivia tightened her grip on the tray. "Yes." Chloe's eyes moved over Olivia's uniform slowly. "I'm glad things worked out for you." Nathan looked uncomfortable. "He should." Olivia forced herself to smile politely. "I should get back to work." Before either of them could answer, she turned and walked away. Her chest burned. The whispers felt louder now. She could feel people watching her, judging her, pitying her. Olivia pushed through the ballroom doors into a quiet service hallway and finally let herself breathe. The fluorescent hallway lights buzzed softly overhead. Her hands trembled violently now. She placed the champagne tray onto a metal cart before gripping the edge of it hard enough to hurt. "Don't cry. Not here. Not tonight." She squeezed her eyes shut. 3 months ago, Nathan had stood in their apartment kitchen and calmly explained why he was leaving her. Not yelling. Not emotional. Just cold, practical. "You don't understand the world I'm entering anymore." That was what he told her, as if love had become some luxury he could no longer afford. 2 weeks later, Chloe moved into the apartment. A month later, Olivia lost her job at a smaller hotel after cutbacks. Then came the bills. Then eviction. Now she rented half of a tiny apartment above a laundromat while working double shifts just to survive. And tonight she was serving drinks at the engagement party of the man who destroyed her life. A bitter laugh almost escaped her throat. The universe had a cruel sense of humor. "Olivia," she looked up quickly. A younger waitress stood near the hallway entrance. "Mr. Carter is about to make his speech." Olivia nodded slowly. "Thanks." She picked up the tray again. 1 more hour. She could survive 1 more hour. The ballroom lights seemed brighter when she returned. More suffocating. Guests gathered near the stage while a string quartet played softly near the dance floor. Nathan stepped onto the platform beside Chloe and accepted a microphone. Instant applause. Olivia remained near the back of the ballroom beside a champagne station. Invisible again. Nathan smiled confidently at the crowd. "I want to thank everyone for being here tonight." More applause. Chloe beamed beside him. Nathan continued speaking about success, partnerships, expansion plans, luxury hospitality branding. Everything sounded polished, corporate. Perfect. Then his eyes briefly found Olivia in the crowd, and something shifted. "People often ask what it takes to succeed in this industry," Nathan said smoothly. The ballroom quieted. "It's about understanding the world you belong in." Olivia's stomach tightened instantly. Nathan kept speaking. "Some people are simply built for growth." Soft laughter from a nearby investor table. "Others." Nathan paused slightly. "Others stay stuck wishing life was easier." A few guests exchanged uncomfortable glances. Olivia felt heat rise into her face. Chloe touched Nathan's arm gently as if warning him. But Nathan kept going. "Success requires ambition, adaptability, vision." His gaze drifted toward Olivia again. "And sometimes you outgrow people who refuse to move forward with you." The ballroom fell painfully silent. Olivia couldn't breathe. Every person in the room knew exactly who he meant. Nathan raised his champagne glass. To new beginnings. The applause came slower this time. Olivia turned before anyone could see her face. She walked quickly through the ballroom doors. Then faster. Past the elevators. Past the marble lobby. Past the revolving front doors. until cold rain exploded against her skin outside the hotel entrance. The storm had gotten worse. Thunder rolled above the city skyline while expensive cars lined the hotel driveway. Olivia barely noticed. She kept walking through the rain until she reached the empty bus stop across the street. Then finally, she broke. Tears mixed with rainwater as she covered her face with shaking hands. Humiliation burned through her chest so violently it almost made her dizzy. She had loved Nathan, really loved him, and tonight he had turned her into a joke for an entire ballroom full of strangers. "You'll get sick standing out there." The quiet male voice startled her. Olivia looked up. A man sat at the far end of the bus stop bench beneath the flickering overhead light. Dark coat, worn boots, old backpack resting beside him. Rainwater dripped from dark hair across his forehead. Homeless. At least that was Olivia's first thought. But his eyes caught her off guard. Calm, steady, observant. Not empty like most people who had given up on life. The stranger held out a paper coffee cup toward her. "It's still warm." Olivia stared at him for a second before accepting it carefully. "Thank you." "You're crying hard enough to scare the rain." A broken laugh escaped her throat unexpectedly. The stranger smiled slightly. There was something strangely comforting about him. No judgment. No pity. Just quiet understanding. Olivia wiped her face quickly. "Sorry. Why are you apologizing?" The question hit her harder than expected, because she apologized constantly now. For existing. For struggling. For taking up space. Olivia stared down at the coffee cup. "I think my life just officially collapsed tonight." The stranger leaned back slightly against the bench. "That usually means the old version needed to end." She looked at him. "Do you always sound like a philosopher at bus stops?" "Only during thunderstorms." Another laugh escaped her before she could stop it. And somehow this complete stranger had made her feel calmer in 2 minutes than Nathan had in months. The rain softened slightly around them. Cars passed through glowing city streets nearby. For the first time all night, Olivia felt like she could breathe again. Then her eyes drifted toward the hotel across the street, toward the massive engagement banner hanging beside the entrance. Nathan Carter and Chloe Mercer. Perfect together. Perfect for the world Olivia no longer belonged in. Something reckless suddenly sparked inside her chest. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe humiliation. Maybe heartbreak finally breaking something loose inside her. She turned toward the stranger slowly. "What's your name?" He studied her quietly. "Elias." Olivia nodded once. Then, before fear could stop her, she asked the craziest question of her life. "Elias." Thunder rolled across the skyline. "Would you marry me tonight?" The question hung between them beneath the flickering bus stop light, while rain hammered against the empty city street. Olivia instantly wanted to take it back. Not because she didn't mean it, but because hearing the words out loud made her sound completely insane. She had just asked a homeless stranger to marry her. Wonderful. Officially rock bottom. Thunder rolled across the skyline while Elias stared at her calmly, as if people proposed to him in rainstorms every day. Olivia let out a nervous breath. "Okay," she muttered quickly. "You know what? Forget I said that." Elias tilted his head slightly. "Why?" "Because I clearly lost my mind somewhere between emotional humiliation and hypothermia." A faint smile touched his face again. "You don't seem crazy." "That makes one of us spoint." Olivia rubbed both hands over her face in embarrassment. "Oh my God." She laughed weakly into her palms. "I'm sorry. This entire night has been a disaster." Elias remained quiet for a moment. "You were trying to hurt someone." Olivia lowered her hand slowly. The way he said it wasn't judgmental, just observant, and somehow that made it worse. She looked toward the glowing hotel across the street. Nathan's engagement party, still flooded the ballroom windows with golden light. Music drifted faintly through the storm. They humiliated me tonight, Olivia admitted quietly. Elias said nothing. So she kept talking. Maybe because he listened differently than most people. Most people waited for their turn to speak. Elias actually listened. My ex-fiancé is in there celebrating his engagement to my former best friend. Olivia laughed bitterly. And I just spent 4 hours serving them champagne. That sounds painful. It was. Rainwater dripped from the edge of the bus stop roof between them. Olivia stared down into the coffee cup, warming her hands. He used to tell me I made him feel grounded, she whispered. Then one day he looked at me like I was ruining his future. Elias watched her quietly. He made you feel replaceable. The words landed directly in the center of her chest. Olivia swallowed hard. Yes. Silence settled between them again. Comfortable silence. Not awkward, not forced. Just still. Which felt strange. Especially beside someone she had only met 10 minutes ago. Most people rushed to fill silence. Nathan always did. He hated pauses. Hated uncertainty. Elias didn't seem afraid of either. The rain softened slightly outside the bus stop. Cars passed occasionally through glowing reflections on wet pavement. Olivia looked sideways at him. You still haven't called me crazy. You're heartbroken. Elias replied simply. Something about the way he said it nearly made her cry again. Not dramatic, not pitying. Just true. Olivia laughed quietly under her breath. You know, most people would probably walk away from a crying woman proposing to strangers in the rain. Most people are stupid. That caught her completely off guard. A real laugh escaped her this time. Warm. Unexpected. And Elias smiled slightly when he heard it. There it is, his expression seemed to say. Like he had been waiting for her to remember how to laugh. Olivia studied him more carefully now. The worn coat. The tired boots. The backpack beside him. But none of it matched his posture. Or his eyes. There was something composed about him. Not broken. Not defeated. Just quiet. Like a man hiding from the world instead of losing to it. You don't really seem homeless, she admitted before thinking. Elias raised an eyebrow. What does homeless look like? Olivia winced instantly. That sounded horrible. It sounded honest. She sighed heavily. I think I'm losing the ability to function like a normal human tonight. You're functioning fine. That makes me worry about your standards. Another small smile. Again, it surprised her how much calmer she felt around him. No pressure. No performance. No trying to impress each other. Just honesty. And after months of pretending she was okay, honesty felt dangerously comforting. Elias glanced toward the hotel across the street. You really want to hurt him? Olivia followed his gaze. Nathan. Perfect Nathan. Standing somewhere inside that glowing ballroom, probably laughing with investors while she sat in a bus stop questioning every decision she had ever made. The humiliation returned instantly. Hot and sharp. He made me feel disposable, she whispered. Elias nodded once. Then looked back at her. So marry me. Olivia blinked. What? You asked. I know, but... You want to hurt him. Elias shrugged lightly. This would probably do it. Olivia stared at him. You're serious. You're not? I asked you as an emotional breakdown, and I answered. Her heart started beating faster. This was insane. Completely insane. She barely knew this man. What's the catch? She asked carefully. No catch. No offense. But men don't usually agree to marriage proposals from strangers for no reason. Maybe I'm not most men. Again with that calm voice. That impossible calm voice. Olivia narrowed her eyes slightly. You're weird. I've been called worse. She laughed softly again. Then slowly, very slowly, the reckless idea stopped feeling impossible. Because what exactly did she still have left to lose? Nathan had destroyed her dignity publicly. Her friends disappeared months ago. Her family lived across the country. Her savings were gone. Her apartment barely qualified as livable. And tomorrow she would wake up alone again, while Nathan enjoyed his perfect new life. Unless she stopped being the pathetic ex-girlfriend in this story. The thought scared her, but it also thrilled something reckless deep inside her chest. Olivia looked at Elias carefully. Why would you agree to this? For the first time since meeting him, something unreadable passed across his face. Then he answered quietly. Because you were kind to me before you needed anything. Olivia frowned slightly. What? You thanked me for the coffee. Elias shrugged. Most people don't. Her chest tightened unexpectedly. Such a small thing. Yet somehow he said it like it mattered. The rain finally began slowing outside. City lights reflected across puddles lining the street. Olivia looked back toward the glowing hotel, then back toward Elias, then laughed softly in disbelief. If I wake up tomorrow murdered in an alley, I'm going to be really annoyed. You watch too many crime documentaries. You didn't deny murdering me. I'm trying to keep mystery alive. That made her laugh again. Longer this time, and something about hearing herself laugh after crying so hard felt almost unreal. Elias watched her carefully. Not staring, not evaluating, just watching like her emotions actually mattered. Nathan used to look at Olivia like she was part of his future. Elias looked at her like she was a person. The difference terrified her. Olivia exhaled slowly. Okay, she whispered. Elias remained still. Okay, he repeated. She nodded once. Okay? Well, for the first time all night, Elias looked genuinely surprised. Then slowly, very slowly, he stood from the bus stop bench. Tall, much taller than she realized, sitting down. Rainwater slid from the edges of his dark coat, while city lights reflected faintly in his eyes. He held out his hand toward her. Olivia stared at it, her pulse thundered. This was insane, dangerous, reckless, possibly life-ruining. And somehow it felt more honest than anything she had experienced in months. Olivia placed her trembling hand into his. His grip was warm, steady, safe, not possessive, not controlling. Just there. Elias helped her stand carefully. You know, Olivia said nervously, while they stepped out into the rain together, normal people usually date before marriage. I've never been very normal. The courthouse near downtown was almost closed by the time they arrived. The elderly clerk behind the desk looked deeply unimpressed with both of them. Especially Elias. Olivia suddenly became painfully aware of his worn clothes and soaked boots beside the polished marble floors. The clerk lowered her glasses. You understand marriage is legally binding. Olivia almost laughed hysterically. What part of this looked legally stable? But Elias simply answered calmly. Yes. The clerk sighed heavily and slid paperwork toward them. Olivia stared at the forms. Name, address, signature. Everything suddenly became real. Very real. Her hand hesitated above the paper. Elias noticed immediately. You can still leave. Olivia looked up. No pressure in his voice. No manipulation. No guilt. Nathan would have pushed, persuaded, controlled. Elias simply gave her a choice. And somehow that mattered more than it should have. Olivia swallowed carefully. Do you want me to? For the first time, Elias looked directly into her eyes. No bye. The honesty in that single word stole the air from her lungs. Not I need you. Not you owe me. Just no. Like he genuinely wanted her to stay. Olivia looked down at the marriage papers again. Then signed her name. A few minutes later, Elias signed his. The courthouse clerk stamped the documents with visible exhaustion. Congratulations, she muttered without emotion. But Olivia barely heard her. Because suddenly, somehow, she was married. To a man she had met less than 2 hours ago. Thunder echoed faintly outside again as they stepped back onto the empty city sidewalk together. Olivia stared down at the marriage certificate in disbelief. This is either the bravest or stupidest thing I've ever done. Elias adjusted his coat slightly. Probably both. She laughed quietly, then frowned. Elias looked at her. I don't even know where you live. A strange expression flickered briefly across his face, then disappeared. Nowhere permanent. That hurt more than she expected. Olivia glanced down the dark, rainy street, then toward him again. You can stay at my place tonight. You sure? No, she admitted honestly, but I'm apparently making terrible decisions professionally now. That earned another small smile from him. They started walking together through the rain-soaked city. Not touching, not speaking much. But strangely, Olivia didn't feel alone anymore. Halfway down the block, Elias suddenly slowed slightly. Across the street, two men in expensive suits stood near a black luxury car outside another hotel entrance. The moment they noticed Elias, both men instantly straightened. One of them looked almost alarmed. Then, very subtly, he lowered his head respectfully. Olivia frowned slightly. That was weird. Elias kept walking calmly. Yes, he said quietly. It was. Olivia's apartment looked even smaller with another person inside it. That was her first thought as she unlocked the narrow apartment door above the laundromat at nearly 2 in the morning. The hallway smelled faintly like detergent and old wood. A flickering overhead bulb buzzed weakly while rainwater dripped from both their clothes onto the worn carpet. Olivia suddenly became painfully aware of how embarrassing the place looked. Peeling paint. Tiny kitchen. Second-hand furniture. One narrow couch barely large enough for sleeping. 3 months ago she had lived in a luxury apartment overlooking downtown. Now she lived above industrial washing machines, and somehow the man beside her still carried himself with more calm confidence than every wealthy executive she had met combined. She unlocked the door slowly. Welcome to my palace. Elias stepped inside quietly. The apartment barely fit both of them comfortably. Warm yellow lamp light spilled across stacked books near the couch and tiny kitchen counters cluttered with unpaid bills. Olivia instantly started apologizing. Sorry about the mess. I've been working double shifts and I haven't really. It's nice. She stopped. You don't have to lie. I'm not. Olivia frowned slightly. Nobody had called this apartment nice before. Most people called it depressing. Temporary. Sad. Elias slowly looked around the room. There were small plants near the window. Candles beside the bookshelf. A folded blanket carefully placed across the couch. Tiny attempts to make survival feel like living. It feels warm, he said quietly. Something about the way he said it made her chest ache unexpectedly. Olivia quickly looked away. Right. Well, she awkwardly removed her wet shoes near the door. You can take the couch. Elias raised an eyebrow. And you? My bed is tiny but functional. You're not giving your bed to a stranger. Olivia crossed her arms. I literally married you tonight. That doesn't make me less strange. That earned a reluctant laugh from her. God, why was he so easy to talk to? She grabbed an old towel from the bathroom cabinet and handed it toward him. You should dry your hair before you freeze to death. Elias accepted it carefully. Thank you. Always thank you. Always calm. No entitlement. No arrogance. Nathan used to walk into rooms expecting things from people. Elias moved through rooms like he was grateful not to disturb them. The difference kept throwing Olivia off balance. She busied herself in the tiny kitchen mostly because standing still near him suddenly made her nervous. You hungry? A little? Olivia opened the nearly empty refrigerator. Half a carton of milks. Takeout containers. Leftover noodles. Whoa, she muttered. Luxury dining. I've had worse. You say that like experience. Elias leaned lightly against the kitchen doorway while drying his hair. Experience is educational. There's the mysterious philosopher thing again. Sorry. No, Olivia admitted softly. I kind of like it. The words slipped out before she could stop them. Silence settled briefly between them. Not uncomfortable. Just aware. Olivia suddenly realized how close he was standing. Close enough that she noticed tiny rain droplets still clinging to the dark strands of his hair. Close enough to notice how tired his eyes looked beneath all that calm composure. Not weak tired, lonely tired. The thought unsettled her. She quickly turned back toward the stove. She said carefully, do homeless men usually marry emotionally unstable waitresses at 2 a.m? Only on Thursdays. Olivia laughed again despite herself. Then paused. What day is it? Elias thought for a second. Thursday. That somehow made the situation even more ridiculous. A few minutes later they sat cross-legged on the apartment floor eating leftover noodles from takeout containers because Olivia only owned one actual chair. Rain tapped softly against the windows now. The storm had settled into something quieter. Softer. Olivia watched Elias carefully while he ate. Even exhausted, he moved with strange precision. Controlled, like someone deeply aware of his surroundings at all times. You still haven't explained something. Elias looked up slightly. How does a homeless guy sound like he went to some elite private school? A flicker crossed his expression. Gone almost instantly. Maybe I read a lot. That's not a real answer. It's the one I'm giving. Olivia narrowed her eyes. Mysterious. You keep saying that like it's bad, Dad. It depends. You could secretly be a serial killer. If I were, marrying me seems unwise. Again, not denying it. Another small smile. Then silence returned briefly. Outside, thunder rumbled faintly in the distance. Olivia lowered her eyes toward her food. You know what the worst part is? Elias waited. The humiliation. Her voice softened. I could survive heartbreak. I could survive losing the apartment. I could survive working double shifts. She swallowed carefully. But tonight, her throat tightened. He wanted people to see me fail. Elias remained completely still. He wanted everyone in that ballroom to know I wasn't good enough anymore. The memory burned through her chest again. Nathan's voice. Some people are simply built for growth. Others stay stuck wishing life was easier. Olivia stared down at the noodles in her hands. I used to think love meant someone standing beside you while life got hard. Elias watched her quietly. But Nathan only loved me when I made his life easier. Silence. Then quietly, that's not love. The certainty in his voice made Olivia look up. Elias held her gaze steadily. Love doesn't disappear when someone struggles. Something about hearing those words nearly shattered her composure completely. Because deep down, that had been the part hurting most. Not losing Nathan. Realizing she had never truly been safe with him, Olivia quickly looked away before emotions overwhelmed her again. You talk like someone who's been through this before. For the first time all evening, Elias hesitated. Only briefly, but enough for her to notice. People disappoint each other, he said finally. That sounds personal. Maybe. But again with the walls. The careful distance. Olivia realized something then. Elias listened deeply, but revealed very little. That mystery should have made her nervous. Instead it made her curious. Dangerously curious. A loud vibration suddenly interrupted the quiet apartment. Olivia looked toward her phone on the kitchen counter. Nathan. Her stomach instantly twisted. Elias noticed the change in her face immediately. You don't have to answer. Olivia stared at the screen. Nathan rarely called this late, especially tonight. The phone kept vibrating. Finally she answered. What? Nathan's voice came sharp and irritated. Where are you? Olivia almost laughed. You lost the right to ask me that months ago. A pause. Then colder. You embarrassed Chloe tonight. Olivia stared at the wall in disbelief. I embarrassed her. You stormed out during my speech. Your speech. Olivia's voice rose. You publicly humiliated me in front of an entire ballroom. You're being dramatic. Elias's expression changed instantly at those words. Subtle, but colder. Nathan kept talking. You know investors were there tonight. Important people. You made the situation uncomfortable. Olivia actually laughed this time. Not happy. Disbelieving. You destroyed our relationship, replaced me with my best friend, turned me into a public joke. And you're upset because I made investors uncomfortable. Nathan sighed impatiently. This is exactly what I mean. There it was again. That tone. Like her emotions were inconveniences instead of wounds. Olivia closed her eyes briefly. What do you want, Nathan? Silence. Then, I heard you left with some homeless guy. Her eyes opened slowly. Of course. Of course people noticed. Nathan's voice turned mocking. What exactly was that supposed to prove? Olivia glanced toward Elias sitting quietly across from her, calm, watching, present. And suddenly something reckless sparked inside her chest again. We got married. Dead silence. Then Nathan laughed. Actually laughed. You're joking. No. Another silence. Longer this time. Nathan's voice lowered dangerously. You married a homeless stranger. Olivia expected shame to hit her. Instead, she felt strangely calm, because somehow the man sitting across from her treated her with more dignity in one night than Nathan had in months. Yes, she answered quietly. Nathan sounded furious now. You're insane. Olivia stared at Elias. No, she whispered softly. I think I was insane before. Then she hung up. The apartment fell silent again. Her hands shook slightly afterward, not from fear. Adrenaline. Elias studied her carefully. You okay? Olivia let out a slow breath. No idea. Then unexpectedly, she started laughing. Real laughing. Half hysterical, half relieved. Oh my God. She pressed both hands over her face. I actually married a stranger. You did? And told my ex-fiancé about it. You did that too. Olivia looked at him through her fingers. This is completely insane. Elias leaned back slightly against the couch. Yes. Another pause. Then quietly. But you smiled while saying it? Olivia stopped laughing. Because he was right. For the first time in months, Nathan no longer felt powerful over her. That realization scared her almost as much as the marriage itself. Hours later, Olivia finally fell asleep in her tiny bedroom while Elias remained awake on the couch outside. Rain continued softly against the windows. The apartment stayed quiet. Still. At peace. But near dawn, Elias stood silently near the apartment window staring down at the empty street below. A black luxury SUV sat parked across from the laundromat. Waiting. Inside the vehicle, a sharply dressed man spoke urgently into a phone while watching the building. Elias's expression darkened slightly. Then the man inside the SUV suddenly looked up and immediately lowered his eyes respectfully, like he had just realized exactly who was standing at the window. Elias slowly closed the curtain. Behind him, Olivia slept peacefully for the first time in months. Olivia woke to the smell of coffee. For a few seconds she lay motionless beneath her thin blanket, confused by the unfamiliar warmth drifting through the apartment. Then reality slammed back into place. The rainstorm, the courthouse, the marriage certificate, Elias. Her eyes widened instantly. Oh God! She sat upright too quickly and nearly tangled herself in the blanket before stumbling toward the bedroom doorway. Soft morning sunlight spilled across the tiny apartment. And there, standing in her kitchen wearing the same dark shirt from last night with the sleeves rolled slightly above his forearms, was Elias. Making coffee, like he belonged there. The sight caught Olivia completely off guard. Not because it was intimate, because it looked peaceful. Dangerously peaceful. Steam curled from two mugs resting beside the stove while soft jazz played quietly from Olivia's ancient kitchen radio. Elias glanced up calmly, mourning. Olivia stared at him. "You're still here. That's usually how marriage works." Her face instantly heated. Right. Marriage. Still absurd. Still impossible. Still somehow real. Olivia crossed both arms awkwardly. "You made coffee. You looked like someone who might legally die without it." "That's actually fair." A faint smile touched his face again. God, that smile was becoming a problem. Because Elias rarely smiled fully, which made every small one feel strangely earned. Olivia moved carefully into the kitchen, while trying not to notice how absurdly comfortable he looked inside her apartment already. "How long have you been awake?" "A while." "Did you sleep at all?" "Enough." Something about that answer sounded incomplete. Olivia frowned slightly. "You can actually use words normally, right?" "I'm conserving them." "For what?" "Emergencies." That made her laugh softly into the coffee mug he handed her. Warm. Strong. Perfectly balanced. She blinked. "This is annoyingly good. I have hidden talents. You being homeless keeps getting less believable." The words slipped out casually, but Elias's expression shifted almost invisibly afterward. Not defensive. Just distant for half a second, then gone again. Olivia noticed anyway, and for some reason, she suddenly didn't want him feeling judged inside this apartment. "Sorry," she said quietly. "I didn't mean." "It's okay." "No, I just..." She sighed softly. "I think I'm still trying to understand you." Elias leaned lightly against the counter while sipping his coffee. "That makes two of us." Their eyes met briefly. Then both looked away at the exact same moment, which somehow felt even more intimate. Olivia cleared her throat quickly. "So," she pointed vaguely between them, "what exactly happens now?" Elias considered the question calmly. "You go to work. You're disturbingly practical. You're disturbingly impulsive. That's fair." Olivia checked the time on her phone and immediately groaned. "I'm late." Panic kicked in instantly. She rushed toward the bedroom. "I have 20 minutes to become employable." Ambitious timeline. Olivia pointed accusingly toward him while disappearing into her room. "This is your fault somehow. I'll accept partial responsibility." She could hear the amusement in his voice. And weirdly, that made getting ready easier. Lighter. For months every morning had felt heavy. Mechanical. Wake up. Survive. Repeat. But today there was someone in the kitchen making coffee while teasing her softly through apartment walls. And somehow that tiny thing changed the emotional temperature of the entire morning. Olivia emerged 20 minutes later wearing her waitress uniform while struggling to fix her hair into a loose ponytail. Elias looked up from the kitchen table, then paused. "What?" He shook his head once. "Nothing. You did the face." "What face?" "The observant, mysterious face." "That's not a thing." "It's absolutely a thing." A small smile. Again. Olivia narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Why were you staring? You looked tired." The words froze her instantly. Not because they were cruel. Because Nathan used to say the exact same thing. Usually right before criticizing her. "You look tired. You should wear more makeup." "You look tired. You're embarrassing me at events." "You look tired. Maybe stop being so emotional all the time." The memory hit hard enough that Olivia's body stiffened automatically. Elias noticed immediately. His expression shifted. Softer now. "I didn't mean it negatively." Olivia looked down quickly. "I know." Silence settled briefly. Then Elias spoke again. "You look like someone carrying too much alone." Her chest tightened painfully. Completely different meaning. completely different intention. Nathan used observations like weapons. Elias used them like concern. Olivia swallowed carefully. "Thank you," she whispered. Elias nodded once. Then quietly, "You also look beautiful." The air disappeared from Olivia's lungs. No manipulation. No performance. No flirtation layered with expectation. Just honesty. Simple, honest warmth. And somehow that was far more dangerous. She looked away immediately while grabbing her bag. "We should probably not make eye contact anymore." "That serious?" "You have no idea." That finally earned a real laugh from him. Low. Warm. Unexpectedly attractive. Which only made the situation worse. Olivia escaped toward the apartment door before her brain completely malfunctioned. Then paused suddenly. "What are you doing today?" What? Elias adjusted his sleeve slightly. "Not sure yet." "You don't have somewhere to be." "Not urgently." Olivia hesitated. The logical part of her brain screamed that none of this was normal. But another quieter part, the exhausted, lonely part, didn't want him disappearing. "You can stay here," she said carefully. Elias looked at her for a second. "You trust me that quickly?" "No." "Honest. But you make the apartment feel less empty." The words slipped out accidentally. Too vulnerable. Too real. Olivia instantly looked embarrassed. Elias didn't smile this time. He just looked at her quietly. Like he understood exactly what she meant. "I'll still be here when you get back," he said softly. Something in her chest melted a little at that. Olivia quickly escaped before her emotions became even more confusing. The walk to the Vale Grand Hotel felt surreal. The city moved normally around her, while her entire life had somehow become unrecognizable overnight. She was married. To a stranger. A homeless stranger. A strangely kind homeless stranger with beautiful eyes and terrifying emotional intelligence. Normal. Very normal situation. Olivia stepped into the massive marble lobby of the Vale Grand Hotel and immediately sensed something strange. People were staring. Not openly. Subtly. Whispering. Two receptionists stopped talking the moment she walked past. A valet glanced toward her with obvious curiosity. Her stomach tightened. Nathan. Of course. He must have told people. Wonderful. Exactly what she needed. Public humiliation sequel. Olivia kept her head down while crossing the lobby. Then suddenly, "Miss Bennett." She turned sharply. Marcus Hale approached from near the security desk. His expression unreadable as always. "Morning," Olivia said cautiously. Marcus lowered his voice. "Can we talk for a second?" That never sounded good. Olivia followed him toward a quieter section of the lobby near the executive elevators. Marcus studied her carefully. "You okay?" Olivia blinked. "Yes." "You sure?" The concern in his voice surprised her. "I'm surviving." Marcus nodded once, then glanced toward the revolving front doors. "You came alone." Olivia frowned slightly. "Why?" Before Marcus could answer, the hotel doors opened, and Elias walked inside. Everything changed. Instantly. It was subtle at first. A bellhop near the entrance straightened immediately. Two front desk employees went completely silent. One older concierge looked genuinely startled. Olivia stared around the lobby in confusion. Why was everyone reacting like that? Elias walked calmly across the marble floor wearing the same dark from yesterday. Nothing about him should have stood out. Yet somehow the entire atmosphere shifted around him. Marcus went completely rigid beside her. Not hostile. Respectful. Very respectful. Then something even stranger happened. A young hotel employee passing nearby accidentally made eye contact with Elias, and immediately lowered his head politely. Like instinct. Olivia frowned harder. Okay, what the hell was happening? Elias approached them calmly. "You forgot your phone." Olivia looked down. He held out her phone toward her. Right. She had left it charging near the kitchen counter. "Thanks," she said slowly. But she barely focused on the phone. because Marcus looked like someone trying very hard not to react visibly. His eyes flickered toward Elias with controlled caution, almost recognition. Then, very subtly, Marcus nodded toward him, not a casual greeting. Respect. Professional respect. Elias returned the nod once. Olivia looked between both men. Do you two know each other? A beat of silence. Then Marcus answered carefully. I've seen him before? That answer sounded incomplete. Painfully incomplete. Olivia turned toward Elias suspiciously. You've been to this hotel. Once or twice. Again with the vague answers. Olivia narrowed her eyes. Why does everyone keep acting weird around you? Elias glanced around the lobby briefly. Several employees instantly looked away. Interesting, very interesting. Then Elias looked back toward her calmly. People are complicated. That's not an answer. It's the one I'm giving. Olivia crossed her arms. You're impossible. Probably. Marcus cleared his throat softly. I should get back to work. But before leaving, he looked at Elias one final time. And again. That subtle, respectful nod, like he was acknowledging someone important. The moment Marcus walked away, Olivia stepped closer to Elias. Okay, tell me the truth. I usually do. No mysterious philosophical answers this time. Elias waited patiently. Why does hotel security look nervous around you? A flicker crossed his eyes. Gone instantly. Then calmly. Maybe I leave strong impressions. Olivia stared at him in disbelief. That is the most suspicious sentence anyone has ever spoken. A small smile appeared again. God, that smile really was becoming dangerous. Olivia tried to stay annoyed. Failed immediately. Then suddenly she noticed something beneath the rolled edge of Elias's sleeve while he adjusted his coat. A watch. Dark silver. Elegant. Expensive. Very expensive. Olivia froze. Even she recognized that brand. Nathan used to obsess over luxury watches. That one probably cost more than her apartment building. Her eyes lifted slowly toward Elias, who noticed instantly, and gently pulled his sleeve back down. Too late. Olivia's pulse quickened slightly. A homeless man, wearing a watch worth a fortune, standing inside a luxury hotel where employees kept reacting strangely to him. No official address, perfect posture, calm confidence, educated speech, and eyes that looked like they had seen far too much. Something wasn't adding up. At all. Olivia stared at him carefully. Who are you really? For the first time since meeting him. Elias didn't answer immediately. And somehow, that silence felt far more dangerous than any answer could have been. Olivia spent the entire morning trying not to stare at Elias, which became increasingly difficult considering he was somehow standing inside the Vale Grand Hotel lobby looking more composed than half the executives working there. None of it made sense. The expensive watch. The strange reactions from hotel staff. Marcus acting like he recognized him. And worst of all, Elias clearly noticed her suspicion, yet somehow remained completely calm about it. Olivia tightened her grip on the phone he had returned. You're seriously not going to explain any of this? Elias adjusted the sleeve hiding the watch again. What part? The part where luxury hotel employees act like they've seen a ghost. That seems dramatic. That's because you didn't see Marcus's face. Elias looked mildly amused. Marcus is expressive. Olivia stared at him. Expressive, she repeated. That man looks emotionally allergic to smiling. A quiet laugh escaped him. And again, that low warm sound completely ruined her ability to stay annoyed. Olivia exhaled sharply. This is manipulative. What is? You being attractive while saying suspicious things. For the first time since meeting him, Elias looked genuinely caught off guard. Just for a second. Then he looked away slightly. Interesting. Very interesting. Olivia narrowed her eyes. Oh my God. What? You blush. I do not. You absolutely do. That seems unlikely. You're doing it right now. Elias cleared his throat softly. I should probably leave. Coward, Olivia thought immediately. Which was unfair considering the man had literally married her during a thunderstorm less than 24 hours ago. Still, watching the mysterious, emotionally composed man suddenly lose composure because she called him attractive felt strangely satisfying. Olivia stepped slightly closer. You know what's really suspicious? Elias looked down toward her calmly again. What? You never ask me for anything. That pause again. Small. Controlled. But there you expected me to. Most people want something. Maybe I don't. Olivia studied him carefully. Nathan always wanted something. Approval. Status. Control. Validation. Everything with Nathan had eventually become transactional, even affection. Especially affection. But Elias looked at her like simply being near her was enough. And that terrified her more than manipulation ever could. Before she could say anything else, movement near the executive elevators suddenly drew her attention. His expression darkened instantly, the moment he saw Elias standing beside her. Olivia physically felt the atmosphere change. Nathan crossed the marble lobby quickly. Perfect suit, controlled anger, dangerous eyes. Well, he said coldly. Apparently the rumors were true. Olivia straightened immediately. Elias remained calm beside her. Nathan looked Elias up and down with obvious disgust. This is him. Olivia crossed her arms. You don't get to question my choices anymore. Nathan ignored her completely. His attention stayed fixed on Elias. You know, Nathan said smoothly, there are easier ways to scam emotionally unstable women. Olivia's blood turned cold. Elias's expression didn't change, not even slightly, which somehow felt more intimidating. Nathan, Olivia warned sharply. But Nathan kept going. How much did she promise you? He asked Elias. A place to sleep? Free meals. Olivia stepped forward instantly. Stop it. Nathan finally looked at her. You married a homeless stranger 20 minutes after leaving my engagement party. His voice lowered. You don't think that's pathetic? The word hit hard. Because part of Olivia already feared it was true, and Nathan knew exactly where her insecurities lived. He always had. But before Olivia could respond, Elias spoke quietly. You enjoy humiliating people weaker than you. Nathan blinked slightly. The calmness in Elias's voice seemed to throw him off balance more than anger would have. Nathan smirked coldly. Weaker. His eyes moved over Elias's worn coat. That's generous. Elias studied him calmly for a moment. Then, you mistake money for value. Silence slammed across the lobby. Even nearby employees looked frozen now. Nathan laughed once. Short. Mocking. You know what? He said while stepping closer. I built my entire career understanding people. His gaze hardened. And people like you always reveal themselves eventually. Something dangerous flickered briefly through Elias's eyes. Gone instantly. But Olivia saw it. For the first time, Elias looked less like a homeless man, and more like someone pretending to be one. Nathan noticed something too. His eyes suddenly narrowed slightly toward Elias's wrist, toward the expensive watch partially visible beneath his sleeve. Olivia watched realization flicker across Nathan's face. Confusion, suspicion, then quickly hidden. Interesting. Very interesting. Nathan stepped back slowly. What exactly do you do? He asked carefully now. Elias answered without hesitation. I observe people. That's not a job. Sometimes it is. Again with the cryptic answers. Nathan looked irritated now, which oddly pleased Olivia. For once Nathan wasn't controlling the conversation. Elias was. Without even trying. Nathan's jaw tightened. Then his phone vibrated. He glanced down briefly before muttering something under his breath. Investor meeting, he said coldly. His eyes returned toward Olivia. This ends badly for you. Olivia held his stare. Maybe, she answered quietly. But at least I stopped begging for your approval. Something in Nathan's expression shifted at that. Not guilt. Worse, ego injury. Then his attention returned toward Elias one final time. I'll figure out what your angle is. Elias didn't react. Nathan walked away toward the elevators. The moment he disappeared, Olivia exhaled sharply. Oh my God. Elias looked sideways toward her. You okay? No. She pressed both hands against her forehead. You somehow make rich psychopaths even more unsettling. That feels unfair. You scare people. Only unpleasant people. That's somehow worse. A faint smile appeared again. Then suddenly, Miss Thardner, Vale. The voice came from behind them. Olivia turned. An older hotel concierge stood several feet away near the front desk. His face had gone pale. Very pale. The moment he realized Olivia noticed him, the concierge instantly looked horrified, like he had said something forbidden. Silence. Heavy silence. Olivia slowly turned toward Elias. Her pulse quickened. The concierge swallowed visibly. I'm sorry, he stammered quickly. I thought. Elias interrupted calmly. It's fine, Daniel. The concierge lowered his head immediately, respectfully, not employee polite, personally respectful. Olivia stared between them. The name echoed in her head. Mr. Vale. Vale. As in, Vale Grand Hotels. No way. That was impossible. Completely impossible. Her eyes slowly lifted toward Elias, who looked entirely too calm right now. Olivia laughed nervously. That's weird coincidence. Neither man answered. The silence stretched, and suddenly Olivia's heartbeat became loud enough to hear. No, absolutely not. There was no wait. The Vale family practically owned half the luxury hotels in the country. Billionaires. Untouchable people. People who appeared in magazines. People who definitely did not sleep on couches above laundromats. Olivia stared harder at Elias. The expensive watch. The posture. The way staff reacted to him. The black SUVs. Marcus. The concierge. The impossible calm confidence. Her stomach flipped violently. Elias. He met her eyes quietly, and somehow that terrified her more than denial would have. Olivia took a slow step backward. No. Still calm. Still silent. Oh God. Oh my God. Her voice dropped to barely a whisper. You're connected to this hotel. Elias didn't answer immediately, which was answer enough. Olivia stared at him in complete disbelief. Then suddenly, a loud voice echoed from across the lobby. Mr. Vale. Everyone froze. An elderly woman stepped through the executive elevator entrance, surrounded by hotel executives in expensive suits. Elegant cream-colored pantsuit. Sharp, intelligent eyes. Silver hair pulled into a graceful low bun. Authority radiated from her without effort. The moment she saw Elias, she stopped walking entirely. Then every executive behind her instantly straightened. Olivia's pulse thundered. The woman's eyes softened slightly while looking at Elias. You disappeared again, she said calmly. The entire lobby fell silent. Employees froze. Executives lowered their eyes. And beside Olivia, Nathan stepped out of the elevator at the exact same moment, then completely stopped moving, because the elderly woman approaching Elias was Eleanor Vale, chairwoman of Vale Grand Hotels, one of the most powerful women in luxury hospitality, and she was looking at Olivia's homeless husband-like family. Nathan's face lost all color. Olivia barely breathed. Eleanor's eyes moved toward Olivia briefly, then back toward Elias. You married her. Soft. Curious. Not angry. Elias nodded once. Yes. Silence exploded through the lobby. Nathan looked physically ill. Olivia's entire world tilted sideways, because suddenly, everything made horrifying perfect sense. The hotel staff. The respect. The watch. The confidence. The black SUVs. The way Elias moved through rooms like he belonged everywhere. Not homeless. Never homeless. Olivia looked at him in complete shock. and realized she had accidentally married someone unimaginably powerful. The entire lobby stood frozen. No one moved. No one spoke. Even the soft piano music drifting through the hotel speakers suddenly felt painfully loud. Olivia stared at Elias while her heartbeat thundered so violently she could barely hear herself think. Mr. Vale. The name echoed endlessly in her head. Not homeless. Not struggling. Not some mysterious drifter sleeping beneath bus stops. Vale, as in Vale Grand Hotels, as in Billionaire, as in one of the wealthiest hospitality families in the country. And she had married him. Oh God. Nathan looked like someone had physically punched him in the chest. His face had completely drained of color while executives nearby suddenly avoided eye contact with Elias entirely. Olivia's brain struggled to catch up. Eleanor Vale stepped closer calmly, her elegant heels clicking softly across the marble floor. The older woman looked between Elias and Olivia with obvious curiosity, then sighed softly. You disappeared for almost 4 months this time. Elias remained calm. I needed quiet. You frightened half the board. That wasn't intentional. Eleanor gave him a look that suggested she didn't believe that for a second. Olivia barely breathed. This couldn't be real. It genuinely felt like she had fallen asleep somewhere during the rainstorm and entered some bizarre emotional hallucination. Nathan finally found his voice. This, he whispered hoarsely. This is some kind of joke. Nobody answered him, which somehow made the situation worse. Olivia looked slowly toward Elias again. You own this hotel. Partially. The understatement nearly made her dizzy. Partially. Like he was discussing ownership of a coffee shop instead of an international luxury hotel empire. Nathan stared at him in horror. You're Elias Vale. Yes. No arrogance. No dramatic reveal. Just calm truth. And somehow that calmness made everything feel even more unreal. Olivia took another slow step backward. You let me believe you were homeless. Elias's eyes softened slightly. I never actually said I was. That stopped her cold. Because he was right. He never claimed it. She assumed it. The coat. The backpack. The bus stop. The sleeping arrangements. She built the story herself. Still, you slept on my couch. It was comfortable. Olivia stared at him in disbelief. You own penthouses. I preferred your apartment. That answer hit harder than it should have. Because somehow, she believed him. Nathan suddenly laughed once. Sharp. Unstable. This is insane. His voice rose louder now. You expect everyone to believe the billionaire hair randomly married a waitress overnight. Several executives visibly flinched at his tone. Elias turned toward Nathan slowly. And for the first time, the warmth disappeared from his expression completely. The temperature in the lobby seemed to drop instantly. Olivia felt it physically. Not anger. Worse. Control. The kind of quiet power Nathan spent years pretending to have. You publicly humiliated my wife yesterday, Elias said calmly. Nathan froze. My wife. The words sent heat rushing unexpectedly through Olivia's chest. Not because of romance. Because of the certainty in his voice. Protective, solid. Like he had already decided she mattered. Nathan forced a laugh. She married you as revenge. Olivia opened her mouth immediately. But Elias answered first. And you deserved it. Silence crashed across the lobby. Nathan looked genuinely stunned. Probably because nobody had spoken to him that directly in years. Especially not calmly. Especially not without fear. Eleanor watched the interaction carefully. Amused. Interesting. Olivia noticed several executives studying Elias nervously now. Like they were trying to predict his mood. Nathan's jaw tightened. You think this changes anything? But Elias held his stare. I think it changes everything. The certainty in his voice made Olivia's pulse spike again. Nathan looked around the lobby desperately now. At the executives. At Eleanor. At the employees pretending not to listen. Nobody stepped in to support him. Nobody defended him. Because suddenly the power dynamic had shifted completely, and everyone knew it. Nathan worked for Vale Grand Hotels. Elias owned Vale Grand Hotels. Olivia watched realization slowly destroy Nathan's confidence in real time. It was terrifying and strangely satisfying. Nathan lowered his voice sharply. You disappeared for months. He snapped at Elias. The board's been covering for you while you played homeless. Eleanor's expression cooled immediately. That's enough, Nathan. He ignored her. You let this company operate while you vanished without explanation. Elias remained calm. I monitored operations continuously. Nathan laughed bitterly. From a bus stop. No. Elias replied softly. From everywhere. Again. That strange answer. That unsettling composure. Olivia suddenly remembered every moment from the past 24 hours differently now. The black SUVs. The men lowering their heads respectfully. Marcus recognizing him. The expensive watch. The way Elias observed rooms before entering them. The way he listened more than he spoke. This wasn't random behavior. This was someone used to power hiding from it. Nathan ran a hand through his hair in frustration. You married her to embarrass me. Elias's gaze shifted briefly toward Olivia. Then back. No. The single word landed heavily. Nathan narrowed his eyes. Then, why? For the first time, Elias hesitated, only slightly, but Olivia noticed. And somehow that mattered more than everything else happening around them, because suddenly, this didn't feel strategic anymore. It felt personal. Eleanor noticed it too. A tiny flicker of surprise crossed her face. Interesting. Very interesting. Finally, Elias answered quietly. Because she was kind. The entire lobby fell silent again. Nathan looked confused. Almost offended. You married someone because she was kind. Yes. Like that alone was enough. Olivia's chest tightened painfully. Because deep down, she understood exactly what he meant. Most people in that ballroom yesterday ignored him, avoided him, looked through him. She offered him coffee and conversation. That was all. And somehow, to Elias, that mattered. Nathan shook his head in disbelief. This is ridiculous. Eleanor's expression sharpened. No, she said calmly. What's ridiculous is how many people reveal themselves when they think someone is powerless. Her eyes moved meaningfully across the lobby. Several employees instantly looked nervous. Olivia slowly looked toward Elias again, and suddenly she understood something terrifying. He wasn't pretending to be homeless for fun. He was studying people. Watching them. Testing them. Seeing who treated invisible people with dignity. Her stomach flipped. How long? She asked quietly. Elias met her eyes. How long what? How long were you doing this? A while. That's not an answer. His expression softened slightly, long enough to become disappointed often. The loneliness in that sentence hit her unexpectedly hard. Not bitterness, not arrogance, just exhaustion. Like he genuinely lost faith in people. Olivia's anger softened slightly around the edges, because suddenly she could picture it. The billionaire heir disappearing into ordinary life, because nobody around him felt real anymore. No wonder he looked lonely. No wonder he listened so carefully. No wonder kindness mattered so much to him. Nathan suddenly scoffed. So what now? He demanded. You just continue pretending this marriage is real? The question lingered heavily. Olivia's pulse quickened, because somehow, somewhere between the rainstorm and this moment, the line between fake and real had started blurring dangerously. Elias looked toward her, not answering immediately, giving her space, giving her choice. Again. Always choice. Olivia realized Nathan never did that. Nathan decided things, controlled things, managed outcomes. Elias simply stood beside her and let her breathe. The difference hurt. Finally, Elias answered calmly. The marriage is legally real. Nathan looked furious. That's not what I meant.
I know.
Silence again. Heavy. Dangerous silence. Then Eleanor stepped forward slightly. There's an investor gala tonight. Every executive immediately straightened. Eleanor's eyes remained fixed on Elias. The board expects you to attend. Nathan's face tightened instantly. Of course. The gala. One of the largest investor events of the year. And suddenly Olivia realized something horrifying. Nathan had probably spent months preparing for it, positioning himself, networking, trying to impress executives, trying to climb higher. And now Elias had returned one day before the event. Perfect timing. Elias looked uninterested. I'm not in the mood. You vanished for 4 months. Eleanor replied calmly. You no longer get to avoid the board. A faint tension entered Elias's jaw. The first real sign of frustration Olivia had seen from him. Interesting. So billionaire heirs still hated corporate events. Good to know. Eleanor's attention shifted toward Olivia briefly. Then something almost mischievous appeared in her expression. You should bring your wife. Nathan looked like he might actually die. Olivia nearly choked on air. Elias interrupted softly. We'll attend. Olivia snapped toward him in disbelief. We? Elias finally looked directly at her, and despite the chaos surrounding them, his voice stayed gentle. Only if you want to. Again, choice. Always choice. And somehow that simple respect affected her more than the billionaire reveal itself. Nathan stared at both of them with visible hatred now, especially Olivia. Because for the first time since their breakup, he no longer controlled the room. And somewhere deep inside herself, Olivia realized she didn't miss him at all. Olivia spent the next 6 hours emotionally malfunctioning. There was no elegant way to describe it. One day ago, she had been a broke waitress crying beneath a bus stop after serving drinks at her ex-fiance's engagement party. Now she was apparently married to one of the wealthiest men in the country. A man who still somehow preferred sleeping on couches and making coffee in tiny kitchens. None of it felt real. By late afternoon, Olivia stood inside her apartment staring at her closet in complete despair. I can't go to this gala. Elias looked up calmly from the couch where he sat reading something on his phone. You can? No. I genuinely can't. You survived serving Nathan champagne while he publicly humiliated you. That was trauma, not confidence. A small smile touched his face. Olivia groaned dramatically while pulling dresses from hangers. Rich people events are exhausting. You worked in luxury hospitality. That's different. Staff are invisible. The words slipped out before she could stop them. Silence settled briefly. Then Elias spoke quietly. You shouldn't have been invisible. Something painful tightened inside her chest again. Why did everything he said feel personal? Olivia sighed heavily and dropped onto the edge of her bed. I don't belong in your world. Elias remained still for a moment, then calmly, I don't think I belong there either. She looked up sharply. What? He leaned back slightly against the couch. You think billionaires feel comfortable around billionaires? Yes. Most of them are exhausting. That caught a laugh out of her immediately. You can't say that. You are one. Exactly. I have professional experience. Olivia shook her head slowly in disbelief. This still feels insane. I know. You let me believe you were homeless. I let you decide who I was. That answer frustrated her because it was technically true. Again. Still, you could have told me. Elias looked at her quietly. Would you have trusted me if I did? Olivia opened her mouth, then stopped. Because honestly, no. If some billionaire had approached her beneath a rainstorm offering marriage, she would have assumed manipulation immediately. But a quiet, lonely man sharing coffee at a bus stop, that felt real. Dangerously real. Olivia lowered her eyes. That's unfairly logical. I've been accused of worse. Another pause. Then softly, "You're not angry." Olivia looked back toward him. His expression remained calm. But she noticed something underneath it now. Carefulness. Like part of him genuinely expected rejection. That realization hit unexpectedly hard. "You thought I'd leave," she realized quietly. Elias didn't answer. Which was answer enough. Olivia studied him carefully. For the first time since learning the truth, she looked past the billionaire reveal itself. Past the power. Past the money. And what she saw underneath surprised her. Loneliness. Deep loneliness. Not because he lacked attention. Probably because he never knew who truly saw him. Her chest tightened softly. "I'm confused," she admitted. "Reasonable. I should probably be furious. You'd have valid arguments. But I'm not." Elias finally looked directly at her. "Why?" Olivia hesitated. "Because the answer scared her." Then honestly, "Because you never made me feel small." The apartment went very still. Outside, rain tapped softly against the windows again. Olivia continued quietly. "You never talked down to me. Never controlled me. Never acted embarrassed by me." Her throat tightened slightly. "Nathan always made me feel like I was trying to earn space beside him." Elias's expression darkened faintly at the mention of Nathan, but he stayed silent. Olivia looked down at her hands. "You make me feel..." She searched for the word. "Safe." The realization startled her. Safe. Not impressed, not dazzled. Safe. The silence afterward stretched long and heavy between them. Then Elias stood slowly from the couch. Olivia's pulse immediately betrayed her, because somehow every small movement from him felt more dangerous now that she knew who he really was. Not because of money. Because of presence. He walked toward the kitchen quietly. "You still need a dress for tonight." Olivia blinked. "That's your response." It seemed safer. That made her laugh softly. Coward, she thought again. But this time affection slipped dangerously close behind the thought. A knock interrupted the apartment suddenly. Both of them looked toward the door. Olivia frowned. "I'm not expecting anyone." Elias's expression shifted subtly. Controlled again. Watchful. Interesting. He moved toward the door before Olivia could, which weirdly affected her more than it should have. Protective. Always quietly protective. Elias opened the apartment door calmly. Marcus Hale stood outside, still wearing his security suit, still looking emotionally allergic to smiling. But tonight he also looked deeply uncomfortable standing inside a laundromat hallway. "Mr. Vale." Olivia watched Elias carefully. Again that subtle shift. Not employee politeness. Respect. Marcus's eyes briefly moved toward Olivia, then back toward Elias. "The car is waiting downstairs." Olivia blinked. "The car." Marcus hesitated almost imperceptibly. Then, carefully, "Mrs. Vale will require appropriate attire for the gala." Mrs. Vale. The title, nearly short-circuited Olivia's brain. "No," she said immediately. "Absolutely not." Marcus looked confused. "I'm not accepting some billionaire emergency makeover package." That wasn't the instruction. Olivia narrowed her eyes. What was the instruction? Marcus glanced toward Elias cautiously, then answered, "You are to be treated with the same respect as Mr. Vale." The hallway fell silent. And for some reason, that hit harder than hearing billionaire numbers ever could. Respect. Not luxury. Not status. Respect. Olivia slowly looked toward Elias, who looked mildly uncomfortable now. Interesting. The billionaire heir could survive boardrooms, but apparently struggled with emotional sincerity. Good to know. Marcus cleared his throat awkwardly. "The stylist team is downstairs." "Stylist team," Olivia repeated in horror. "Yes. No. Wes. Marcus. Unfortunately, this one isn't negotiable." Olivia looked toward Elias desperately. "Help me." "You survived marrying a stranger. I believe in you." "A traitor. Absolute traitor. 40 minutes later, Olivia sat inside a luxury penthouse suite at the Vale Grand Hotel, while 3 stylists transformed her into someone she barely recognized. Soft black evening gown. Elegant but understated. Her hair carefully styled into loose waves. Minimal jewelry. Timeless, sophisticated, expensive. Olivia stared at herself in the mirror with complete disbelief. This wasn't her world. It never had been. A quiet knock interrupted the room. One stylist smiled immediately. He's here. Olivia's pulse quickened traitorously. Wonderful. Now her nervous system reacted to billionaires. Excellent development. The suite door opened softly. Then Elias stepped inside, and Olivia forgot how breathing worked. Black tailored suit, dark tie, hair brushed back slightly. No worn coat, no disguise, no effort to look invisible anymore. He looked devastating. Not flashy. Worse. Controlled. Elegant. The kind of man who didn't need attention because rooms naturally shifted around him anyway. Olivia physically saw the moment the stylists became nervous around him. Not fear. Awareness. Power awareness. Elias's eyes lifted toward Olivia, then stopped. Silence. Complete silence. For the first time since meeting him, he genuinely looked speechless. Olivia's heartbeat stumbled. Well, she said nervously. This feels medically unfair. Still staring slightly, Elias answered quietly. You're beautiful. Not polite. Not performative. Honest. Completely honest. The intensity behind the words made warmth rush instantly across Olivia's face. One stylist discreetly pretended not to notice the tension between them. Smart woman. Elias stepped closer slowly, and somehow that felt far more intimate than touching. His gaze stayed fixed on her, like he was seeing something important, decorative, important. Olivia's pulse became dangerous. You clean up nicely too, she managed softly. A faint smile appeared, then disappeared again beneath something heavier, more vulnerable. You nervous? He asked quietly. Olivia laughed once. I'm about to walk into a ballroom full of people who think I trapped a billionaire. You didn't. I know that. Elias studied her for a moment. Then gently. If anyone makes you uncomfortable tonight, tell me. The calm certainty in his voice sent warmth straight through her chest again. Because somehow she believed him completely. Not because he was powerful. Because he cared. That was the dangerous part. Olivia looked at him carefully. Why do I feel like you're about to terrify a room full of executives? Elias adjusted his cufflinks calmly. Probably because I am buying. The investor gala filled the grand ballroom with enough wealth to buy small countries. Crystal lights reflected across marble floors while executives, politicians, investors, and celebrities moved through the room in expensive conversations. The moment Elias entered beside Olivia, everything changed. Conversations slowed. People stared. Executives straightened instantly. And across the ballroom, and Nathan froze mid-conversation while holding a champagne glass beside Chloe. Olivia physically watched panic flicker across his face. Good? Very good. Then something even more satisfying happened. Nathan looked at Olivia. Really looked at her. And for the first time since their breakup, regret appeared in his eyes. Nathan Carter had never looked at Olivia the way he looked at her now. Not during their engagement. Not during their happiest moments. Not even when he first told her he loved her. Because this expression wasn't love. It was realization. Painful realization. The kind that arrived too late. Olivia stood beside Elias at the entrance of the investor gala ballroom while hundreds of powerful people quietly watched them. And for the first time, Nathan looked uncertain. The sight should have satisfied her completely. Instead, it mostly made her sad. Because somewhere deep down, Olivia realized something difficult. Nathan had never truly seen her value until another powerful man did. And that wasn't love. That was ego. Elias leaned slightly closer toward her. You okay? The quiet concern in his voice grounded her instantly. Olivia looked up at him briefly. Yes, not entirely true, but more true than it would have been weeks ago. Elias studied her face carefully, like he was checking for damage, always checking for damage. God, that dangerous warmth returned again. Before Olivia could recover emotionally, Eleanor Vale approached them through the ballroom crowd. Tonight the older woman looked every bit the untouchable queen of luxury hospitality. Executives moved around her carefully, respectfully. Yet when she reached Elias, her expression softened immediately. Interesting. Very interesting. You clean up nicely when you stop pretending to be homeless, Eleanor said dryly. Olivia nearly laughed. Elias looked unimpressed. I was never pretending to be homeless. Eleanor raised an eyebrow. You slept behind a bus station. It had good coffee nearby. Olivia covered her mouth to hide a smile. This family was deeply strange. Eleanor's sharp eyes shifted toward Olivia again. And this time there was open curiosity there. Not judgment, assessment, but gentler than Olivia expected. You're calmer than most people would be. Olivia blinked. I think my nervous system gave up around noon. A small surprised laugh escaped Eleanor. Interesting again. Apparently not many people joked casually around billionaire matriarchs. Good to know. Eleanor glanced between Olivia and Elias thoughtfully, then lowered her voice slightly. He hasn't brought someone to a gala in years. Olivia's heartbeat stumbled. Before she could respond, Elias interrupted calmly. Grandmother. Ah. So that explained the familiarity. Eleanor looked entirely unrepentant. You disappeared for months, she replied smoothly. I'm allowed curiosity. Then her attention shifted briefly across the ballroom. Her expression cooled instantly. Nathan has been trying to position himself for regional leadership. Olivia followed her gaze. Nathan stood near a cluster of investors now, though his attention remained fixed on Elias constantly. Watching. Calculating. Nervous. Good. He's ambitious. Eleanor continued carefully. But ambition without character becomes dangerous. Olivia swallowed quietly. That sounded less like observation and more like warning. Elias's expression darkened faintly. I know. The temperature around the conversation shifted slightly. Something corporate, something serious. Olivia suddenly realized Nathan's problems might extend far beyond romantic humiliation now. Interesting. Very interesting. Before she could think further, an older investor approached quickly. Mr. Vale. The man looked visibly relieved seeing Elias. Then his eyes shifted toward Olivia. And this must be your wife. The word still startled her every time. Elias answered smoothly. Yes. No hesitation. No awkwardness. Like the role already fit naturally. The investor smiled warmly toward Olivia. You've accomplished something none of us could. Olivia frowned slightly. What's that? Getting him to attend a gala voluntarily. Elias looked mildly offended. I attend events. Under protest. Another investor nearby laughed. Then another. And suddenly Olivia noticed something fascinating. Around most executives, people acted polished, controlled, performative. Around Elias, people relaxed. Not because he was soft. Because he didn't perform power. He simply had it. There was a difference. Nathan had spent years trying to look important. Elias walked through rooms like importance bored him. And somehow that made him infinitely more intimidating. Olivia accepted a champagne glass from a passing server while trying not to emotionally spiral over her life choices. Too late, she was already emotionally spiraling. A live orchestra played softly near the ballroom stage while conversations flowed around them. Luxury gowns, political donors, corporate leaders, famous chefs, actors, athletes. It looked like a movie. And somehow she stood in the middle of it beside a man who had once shared cold coffee with her beneath a stormy bus stop. Life was absurd. You're thinking loudly. Olivia glanced sideways toward Elias. What does that even mean? You make tiny facial expressions when overthinking. Her eyes widened slightly. That's horrifying information. I find it helpful. Of course you do. A faint smile again. Always those small, dangerous smiles. Olivia took a careful sip of champagne, then froze. Across the ballroom, Chloe approached. Perfect silver gown, perfect makeup, perfect smile. Except tonight the confidence looked forced. Good, very good. Olivia? Chloe greeted smoothly. Olivia stayed calm, mostly because Elias remained beside her like a very emotionally stable natural disaster. Chloe's eyes shifted toward Elias carefully now. There was calculation there. Different from Nathan. Nathan reacted emotionally. Chloe analyzed opportunities. Dangerous in a different way. I had no idea, Chloe said lightly. Olivia almost laughed. Nobody did. Chloe tilted her head slightly. You move fast. Elias answered before Olivia could. Life is short. Chloe's smile tightened almost invisibly. Interesting. Apparently Elias intimidated her too. Excellent. Nathan approached moments later. And unlike Chloe, he looked angry. Real anger. The kind barely restrained beneath expensive manners. Nathan? Eleanor said coolly from nearby. Immediate warning. Nathan forced composure instantly. But Olivia noticed. For the first time in years, Nathan looked smaller. Not financially. Emotionally. Because suddenly he was standing beside a man who didn't need approval from anyone in the room. And Nathan built his entire identity around chasing it. You should be careful, Nathan said quietly toward Olivia while Chloe distracted nearby investors. Olivia frowned. With what? This. His eyes flicked briefly toward Elias. You think you know him? Before Olivia could answer, Elias spoke softly. You should stop threatening my wife. The calmness in his voice was terrifying. Nathan's jaw tightened. I'm trying to warn her. No. Elias replied evenly. You're trying to regain control. Silence. Sharp silence. Because he was right. Nathan's expression darkened instantly. You think money makes you untouchable. Elias's eyes remained calm. No. That answer visibly surprised Nathan. Then Elias continued quietly. But character reveals itself eventually. Nathan looked like he wanted to say something vicious, something cruel. But people were watching now. Important people. Board members. Investors. Executives. And suddenly Olivia realized Nathan couldn't attack openly anymore. Not without consequences. The power balance had shifted completely. Nathan finally leaned closer toward Elias. You disappeared for months, he said quietly. You think the board trusts you after that? Interesting. Very interesting. There it was. Not just anger. Opportunity. Nathan had been positioning himself during Elias's absence. Climbing. Building influence. Maybe even expecting permanent absence eventually. And now Elias had returned unexpectedly with a wife nobody saw coming. Nathan wasn't just emotionally threatened. He was professionally threatened. Elias's expression cooled further. You've mistaken temporary authority for permanence. Nathan's eyes hardened. Then suddenly, a massive projection screen above the ballroom stage flickered to life. The room quieted instantly. Annual investor presentation. Executives moved toward seating areas while conversations lowered across the ballroom. Nathan straightened immediately. Prepared. Confident again. This mattered to him. Very much. He glanced toward Olivia one final time. You should pay attention, he said softly. Then walked toward the stage. Olivia frowned slightly. That sounded ominous. Elias watched Nathan carefully. Yes, he said quietly. It did. The ballroom lights dimmed slowly. Investors settled into elegant chairs facing the massive presentation screens. And something about Elias's expression suddenly made Olivia uneasy. Not nervous. Resolved. Like he already knew something unpleasant was coming. Olivia stepped slightly closer to him instinctively. What's wrong? Elias looked down toward her. Then very gently. Nathan's been searching for weaknesses since I returned. Her pulse quickened. And ambitious men become reckless when they panic. The presentation began moments later. Financial growth charts appeared across giant screens while executives applauded politely. Nathan stepped onto the stage confidently beside the board members. Professional, polished, controlled. But Olivia noticed something immediately. He kept glancing toward Elias. Not casually. Fixated. Dangerously fixated. Then Nathan smiled toward the audience. And Olivia instantly knew something bad was about to happen. Tonight, Nathan announced smoothly, we celebrate transparency, growth, and trust within the Veil organization. Elias's expression became unreadable beside her. Nathan continued calmly, but before moving into quarterly projections, his eyes lifted directly toward Olivia and Elias. There's an issue the board and investors deserve clarity on. The ballroom went silent. Olivia's stomach dropped instantly. Nathan smiled. Cold, careful, predatory. Then on the massive ballroom screen, a copy of Olivia and Elias's courthouse marriage certificate appeared. The ballroom went completely silent. Not quiet, silent. The kind of silence that physically pressed against skin. Olivia stared upward at the massive projection screen while her marriage certificate glowed above hundreds of wealthy guests. Her full name, Elias's full name, date, courthouse seal, official signatures. Every private, reckless, emotional decision from that rainstorm now displayed publicly like entertainment. A wave of humiliation crashed through her chest so violently it nearly stole her breath. Again, always public. Nathan always knew exactly how to humiliate her publicly. Whispers exploded across the ballroom almost instantly. Oh my God! She married him overnight. Was this planned? Was she pregnant? Did she know who he was? Olivia's hands began shaking. Not from guilt, from exposure. Because suddenly she felt exactly like she had during Nathan's engagement party. Small. Cornered. Observed. Her chest tightened painfully. Beside her, Elias went completely still. And somehow, that terrified her more than shouting would have. Nathan stood calmly on stage beneath the glowing screen. Perfect posture. Controlled expression. Corporate professionalism wrapped around cruelty. Transparency matters. Nathan continued smoothly into the microphone, especially regarding leadership and public perception. Olivia physically felt Elias's energy shift beside her. Cold now. Very cold. Nathan kept speaking. Investors deserve confidence that personal decisions are not compromising organizational stability. The manipulation was almost elegant. Nathan wasn't attacking emotionally anymore. He was attacking strategically. Framing Olivia as risk, framing Elias as unstable, framing the marriage as reckless scandal. Corporate warfare disguised as concern. Olivia slowly realized something horrifying. Nathan had planned this. Carefully. The timing, the wording, the screen, the audience. He wanted Elias publicly weakened. And Olivia was the weapon. Her stomach twisted painfully. Across the ballroom, executives exchanged nervous glances while investors whispered behind raised champagne glasses. Chloe stood near the stage looking uneasy now. Interesting. Even she hadn't expected this level of escalation. Nathan's eyes found Olivia in the crowd. Cold satisfaction. There it was. He wanted her humiliated again. Wanted her panicking. Wanted her emotionally collapsing while everyone watched. Old Olivia would have apologized for causing problems. Old Olivia would have looked down, shrunk smaller, tried to disappear. But before panic fully consumed her, warm fingers brushed gently against hers. Olivia froze. Elias. He didn't grab her hand dramatically. Didn't pull attention toward them. Just quietly touched her fingers beside him. Grounding. Steady. Safe. The shaking in her hands eased almost instantly. Nathan continued speaking. Vale Grand Hotels has built its reputation on discipline and trust. Investors deserve assurance that leadership decisions are made rationally. The implication landed hard. Elias irrational. Olivia manipulative. Marriage scandalous. Corporate instability. Olivia slowly looked sideways toward Elias. His expression remained unreadable. But she noticed something important. He wasn't embarrassed. Not even slightly. He looked angry. Not because of the marriage reveal. Because Nathan hurt her. That realization struck deeper than it should have. Nathan smiled toward the ballroom. Now obviously everyone wishes Mr. Vale happiness in his sudden relationship. Whispers spread again. Mocking this time. Olivia's humiliation surged back violently. Her chest tightened. Breathing became difficult. Too many eyes. Too many whispers. Too much attention. The ballroom lights suddenly felt unbearably bright. Elias noticed instantly. His hand closed gently around hers now. Not controlling. Anchoring. Olivia swallowed shakily. And then, without looking away from the stage, Elias spoke quietly enough that only she could hear. Breathe. The single word grounded her immediately. Olivia inhaled slowly. Again. And somehow the panic stopped climbing. Nathan finally looked directly toward Elias. Would you like to explain this situation to the investors? Challenge. Public challenge. Nathan expected damage control excuses. Embarrassment. Instead, Elias calmly released Olivia's hand, then stepped forward. The ballroom shifted instantly. Not metaphorically, physically. People straightened. Executives became tense. Even investors stopped whispering. Because suddenly the real power in the room started moving. Nathan's confidence flickered for the first time all night. Good. Very good. Elias walked toward the stage slowly. Controlled. Elegant. Dangerously calm. No rushing. No visible anger. Which somehow felt far more intimidating. Nathan held onto his corporate smile tightly. But Olivia noticed sweat beginning near his collar. Interesting. Elias stepped onto the stage beside him. The entire ballroom held its breath. Nathan offered him the microphone with forced confidence. Elias accepted it quietly, then looked out across the crowd. Silence. Complete silence. When he finally spoke, his voice remained calm. I disappeared for several months because I became tired. The ballroom stayed frozen. Tired of people performing humanity instead of possessing it. Several executives visibly shifted uncomfortably. Nathan's jaw tightened. Elias continued evenly. When people believe someone has power, they become careful. Polite. Strategic. His eyes slowly moved across the ballroom. But when they believe someone is powerless, a dangerous pause, they reveal themselves honestly. Olivia's pulse quickened. Oh, this was bad for Nathan. Very bad. Elias's gaze finally landed directly on him. You publicly humiliated a woman who loved you because you believed she no longer benefited your image. Nathan's face hardened instantly. This isn't personal. It's entirely personal. Elias interrupted calmly. No raised voice. No dramatic anger. Yet the interruption landed like a blade. The ballroom remained dead silent. Elias turned slightly toward the audience again. Olivia Bennett worked inside this hotel while executives ignored her. Investors overlooked her. Employees dismissed her. His voice softened slightly. She remained kind anyway. Olivia's chest tightened painfully. She thanked employees by name, helped exhausted staff during double shifts, shared meals with kitchen workers after midnight. Several hotel employees nearby looked emotional suddenly. Interesting. Very interesting. Elias looked toward Olivia now. And for the first time since entering the ballroom, real emotion appeared openly in his eyes. She treated people with dignity when she believed they had nothing to offer her. The room stayed completely still. Then quietly, that matters more to me than status ever will. Olivia physically forgot how to breathe. Because suddenly this wasn't corporate, wasn't strategic, wasn't performance. It felt honest. Dangerously honest. Nathan forced a cold laugh. You married her after one conversation. Elias looked toward him calmly. "No." Nathan frowned slightly. "What?" Another pause. Then softly, "I noticed her long before she noticed me." The ballroom erupted into whispers instantly. Olivia's heartbeat stumbled violently. "What?" Elias looked back toward the audience. "I spent months moving anonymously through Vale Properties." Shock spread visibly through executives now. She was one of the few people who consistently treated invisible staff with kindness. Olivia stared at him in disbelief. Months. He had seen her before. Memories crashed through her mind suddenly. A quiet man sitting near hotel cafes, someone reading alone in corners. A figure beneath dark coats near employee entrances. She never looked closely. Oh God. Elias noticed her before the rainstorm. The realization hit hard enough to hurt. Nathan's composure finally cracked slightly. "This is absurd." "No." Elias replied calmly. "What's absurd is believing wealth determines someone's worth." Nathan stepped closer aggressively. "You disappeared from your responsibilities for months. And you abused temporary authority immediately." Silence slammed through the ballroom again. Nathan looked furious now. Real fury. The dangerous, controlled kind. "You think this marriage makes her belong here?" The question landed cruelly. Because deep down, Olivia still feared the answer herself. But Elias answered instantly. "She belongs anywhere she chooses to stand." The words hit Olivia like emotional impact physically. No hesitation. No embarrassment. No conditions. Just certainty. Nathan looked blindsided by the answer. Because he would never speak about someone that way. Not unless they benefited him. And suddenly, Olivia realized everyone else in the ballroom saw the difference too. Nathan loved image. Elias valued people. The contrast became impossible to ignore now. Nathan's voice lowered dangerously. "You barely know her." Elias looked toward Olivia again. Then quietly, "I know she apologizes when other people hurt her." Olivia froze. "I know she overworks herself because she thinks exhaustion earns security." Her throat tightened painfully. "I know she looks for exits whenever rooms become emotionally unsafe." The ballroom disappeared around her. Because suddenly, he saw her. Really saw her. More deeply than Nathan ever had. And somehow that terrified her more than anything else tonight. Elias's voice softened slightly. "And I know she deserves better than being publicly humiliated by insecure men." Silence. Heavy emotional silence. Nathan looked like he had been slapped. Across the ballroom, Chloe slowly lowered her eyes. Because even she knew it was true. Olivia's vision blurred unexpectedly. Not humiliation this time. Emotion. Dangerous, overwhelming emotion. Because for the first time in years, someone defended her without trying to control her afterward. Elias handed the microphone back calmly. Then looked directly at Nathan one final time. "If you ever use my wife to advance yourself again." The ballroom went completely still. Elias's expression never changed. But his voice became terrifyingly soft. "I will remove you from this company so completely your name won't survive the paperwork." Nathan went pale instantly. No one doubted him. Not one person. Because suddenly everyone in the ballroom understood something important. Nathan played power games. Elias owned power. And those were very different things. Elias stepped off the stage calmly. Then returned directly to Olivia. Not investors. Not executives. Her. Always back to her. He looked down slightly. "You, okay?" Olivia stared at him with tears threatening dangerously close now. Because somehow after all this chaos, that was still his first concern. Not the company. Not the board. Her. She nodded shakily. And for the first time in a very long time, Olivia realized she no longer felt alone. The internet exploded before the gala even ended. Olivia learned that 3 minutes after escaping into one of the quieter hotel balconies, overlooking the city skyline, rain clouds drifted above glowing skyscrapers, while cold wind tangled softly through her hair. Inside the ballroom behind her, investors still whispered about the public confrontation between Nathan and Elias. Outside, for the first time all night, she could breathe. Barely. Her phone vibrated nonstop in her hands. Notifications, messages, news alerts, social media tags, videos, pictures. Someone had uploaded the entire ballroom confrontation online. Of course they had. The billionaire heir who secretly married a waitress. Vale family scandal. Who is Olivia Bennett? The homeless mystery behind Vale hotels. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Olivia closed her eyes briefly. She should have expected this. People like Elias didn't exist privately. Not really. Power turned human beings into public property. The balcony door opened softly behind her. She already knew it was him. Elias moved quietly beside her without speaking immediately, always giving space first. Olivia stared down at her phone screen. They're calling me a gold digger already. Elias's expression darkened instantly. Don't read comments. Too late. A bitter laugh escaped her throat. They think I planned this. They don't know you. That's the problem. Olivia looked up toward the city lights. Now everyone thinks they do. Silence settled briefly between them. Then Elias quietly held out his hand. Phone. Olivia blinked. What? Give me the phone. You're confiscating my internet privileges. You're emotionally vulnerable and reading public commentary written by strangers. That's self-harm with extra steps. Despite everything. A laugh escaped her unexpectedly. God, how did he keep doing that? Elias gently took the phone from her hands after she surrendered it reluctantly. Then calmly powered it off. The silence afterward felt strangely peaceful. No notifications, no judgment. Just rain and city lights. Olivia leaned both elbows against the balcony railing. I'm supposed to hate you a little right now, you know. Elias looked toward her quietly. For what? For accidentally detonating my entire life. That seems fair. You could have told me who you were. I know. No defensiveness. No excuses. Just honesty. And somehow that made it harder to stay angry. Olivia studied him carefully in the dim balcony light. Without the ballroom crowd surrounding him. Without executives watching. Without cameras. He looked tired again. Not physically. Emotionally. Like tonight cost him something too. The realization softened her frustration slightly. You really watched me before we met. Elias's gaze drifted toward the skyline. Yes. How long? A few months. Olivia stared at him in disbelief. That's still incredibly creepy. By the way, that's fair too. She crossed her arms. Were you secretly evaluating everyone? Mostly. That's insane. Probably. Olivia shook her head slowly. Why? The question lingered between them. This time Elias didn't answer immediately. Wind moved softly through the balcony around them while distant thunder rolled somewhere beyond the city. Finally. Because people become honest around invisible men. Olivia's chest tightened. Elias leaned lightly against the railing beside her. When people think you're powerful, they perform. They flatter. They calculate. His voice stayed calm. But when they think you're worthless, a small pause. You see who they really are. Olivia looked at him quietly. And most people disappointed you. Wes. The loneliness in that single word hurt unexpectedly. No anger. No bitterness. Just disappointment so old it became exhaustion. Olivia remembered the bus stop suddenly. The rain. The quietness in his eyes. The strange sadness she noticed immediately but couldn't explain. Now she understood it better. Elias wasn't hiding from poverty. He was hiding from performance. Why me? She asked softly. His eyes shifted toward her. You apologized for making me stand in the rain. Olivia blinked. That's it. You shared your coffee. That's still a very low standard for marriage. A faint smile appeared. It eliminated most people. Another laugh escaped her despite herself. Then slowly, the humor faded. Because suddenly the emotional weight behind his answer hit harder. She looked down toward the city streets below. You know what's sad? Elias waited. Nathan used to buy me expensive gifts after hurting my feelings. Her throat tightened slightly. I thought that meant he cared. Rain tapped softly against the balcony glass behind them. But you shared cold coffee with me at a bus stop, and somehow that felt kinder. Silence. Heavy silence. Then quietly, you deserved kindness long before me. The words nearly broke her composure completely. Because he said them like fact. Not flirtation. Not manipulation. Truth. Olivia looked away quickly before emotions overwhelmed her again. This is becoming emotionally dangerous. That sounds concerning. You make me feel things. Elias froze slightly beside her. Good. Excellent. Let him emotionally suffer too. Olivia crossed her arms tighter. It's rude, honestly. You could stop. The answer came too quickly. I don't want to. Silence. Complete silence. The kind that suddenly becomes charged. Olivia slowly realized what she had just admitted. Wonderful. Fantastic. Perfectly stable behavior. She looked anywhere except at him. The city. The rain. The clouds. Literally anything. Then softly, Olivia. Her pulse stumbled. The way he said her name should genuinely be studied scientifically. She finally looked toward him. Big mistake. Because he was already looking at her. Not casually. Carefully. Like she mattered. The emotional danger level increased immediately. You don't have to stay in this, Elias said quietly. Her chest tightened. What? This marriage. The words hit unexpectedly hard. Elias looked toward the skyline again. Tonight made things complicated. Complicated. Her entire life now looked like a tabloid headline. Complicated felt generous. Elias continued softly. If you want distance from this situation, I'll make sure you're protected financially and privately. Olivia stared at him. There it was again. Choice. Always choice. No pressure. No ownership. No manipulation. Nathan would have framed it differently. What's best for us? What we need. What you should do. Elias simply handed her freedom. And somehow that made leaving feel impossible. Olivia swallowed carefully. You think I stayed because of money? Immediate. Certain. That answer affected her far more than it should have. Then why would you say that? Elias hesitated slightly. Interesting. The billionaire hair struggled more with vulnerability than corporate warfare. Good to know. Finally, he answered quietly. Because I don't want you trapped. The honesty in his voice hurt. Because suddenly Olivia understood something clearly. Elias had power over almost everything in his life. Money, companies, influence, people. But emotional closeness, that terrified him. Not because he feared rejection. Because he feared becoming controlling. The realization softened something deep inside her chest. You know what's strange? She asked softly. What? I've known powerful men before. Nathan. Executives. Investors. Men who loved making people feel smaller. But Elias used power carefully. Almost reluctantly. Like he understood exactly how dangerous it could become. Olivia stepped closer unconsciously. You're the first powerful person who's ever made me feel safe instead of nervous. The balcony went still. Completely still. Elias looked at her slowly, and for the first time since meeting him, she saw real vulnerability in his eyes. Raw, unprotected, dangerously honest. Olivia's heartbeat became violent. This was no longer fake. Not emotionally. Maybe not legally. Maybe not practically. But emotionally. Something real had already started happening between them, and both of them knew it now. The balcony door suddenly opened behind them. Marcus appeared carefully. His expression remained professionally calm. But his eyes looked serious. Masekim, Veil. Elias immediately shifted slightly, controlled again. What happened? Marcus glanced briefly toward Olivia before answering quietly. Nathan accessed restricted internal files tonight. Elias's expression cooled instantly. Dangerously instantly. Marcus continued. We believe he's preparing a media leak. Olivia's stomach dropped. What kind of leak? Marcus hesitated. Then carefully. Your original marriage agreement. Olivia stared at Marcus like she had misheard him. The what? Marcus remained calm. But only externally. Years around powerful people had probably taught him how to hide tension professionally. Still, Olivia noticed the tightness near his jaw. Nathan obtained a copy of the temporary legal agreement attached to the marriage filing. Marcus explained carefully. Her stomach twisted violently. The agreement. The stupid emotional breakdown agreement they signed at the courthouse. Temporary arrangement, mutual consent, no financial claims. A revenge marriage created during emotional collapse. Oh God, if that leaked publicly, everything Elias said at the gala would look fake, manipulative, calculated. Nathan would destroy the emotional truth of what happened by turning it into a transaction. Olivia suddenly felt sick. Elias's expression became unreadable beside her, which somehow looked far more dangerous than anger. How did he get it? Elias asked quietly. Marcus hesitated briefly. Internal legal access, meaning Nathan abused company systems again. Marcus continued carefully. We intercepted communication with an entertainment news outlet. Olivia laughed once in disbelief. This man genuinely belongs in hell. Neither Marcus nor Elias disagreed. Interesting. Very interesting. Rain drifted softly beyond the balcony, while tension settled heavily around them. Olivia looked toward Elias quickly. If he leaks it, people will think I manipulated you. Elias looked at her immediately. I don't care what strangers think. I do. The words came sharper than intended. Because suddenly humiliation returned all over again. The whispers, the headlines, the comments, gold digger, waitress traps billionaire heir, homeless stunt marriage exposed. Nathan knew exactly where to strike. Not the company, her dignity, always her dignity. Elias studied her carefully, and instantly, his expression softened, not weak, protective. Olivia, is going to make me look like some desperate woman who targeted you. You didn't. But the agreement exists. Silence. Painful silence. Because, unfortunately, that part was true. At the beginning, the marriage had been impulsive, messy, emotionally reckless. Nathan could weaponize that easily. Marcus spoke carefully again. What can suppress publication temporarily? Temporarily, not permanently. Meaning eventually the story would explode anyway. Olivia suddenly felt exhausted. Deeply exhausted. Like no matter how hard she tried to survive with dignity, someone always dragged her back into public humiliation. She turned away toward the city skyline. I'm tired. The honesty in her voice hurt. Marcus immediately looked uncomfortable, probably because exhaustion sounded different coming from people genuinely breaking emotionally. Elias moved slightly closer beside her. Not touching. Just near. Always near when she started emotionally drifting. You should go home, he said quietly. Olivia laughed bitterly. Which one? Silence. Then softer. Your apartment. Not the penthouse. Not the hotel. Her apartment. That mattered. Because somehow he understood she still needed familiar things right now. Marcus's phone buzzed suddenly. He checked the screen. Then looked toward Elias carefully. Board members are demanding emergency discussion regarding Nathan. Good. Very good. Elias remained calm. Handle initial containment. I'll join shortly. Marcus nodded immediately, then hesitated. His eyes briefly moved toward Olivia. There was sympathy there now. Interesting. Even Marcus saw what the situation was doing to her. Messes. Veil? He said quietly before leaving. Nathan underestimated the wrong people. Then he disappeared back inside the ballroom. The balcony fell silent again. Rain tapped softly against the glass. City lights blurred beneath distant storm clouds. Olivia leaned both hands against the railing. This was supposed to be fake. The words came out almost broken. Elias stayed beside her quietly. No, she continued softly. Not fake exactly. Just simple, temporary, contained. Instead, somehow her entire emotional world had exploded in less than 48 hours. She laughed weakly. I married a stranger in the rain because I wanted revenge. Elias's voice stayed calm. And now? Olivia looked at him slowly. That was the terrifying question, because now she looked at him and saw safety, calm, protection, loneliness, kindness, restraint, emotional honesty, and worst of all, she trusted him. Deeply. Dangerously deeply. Olivia swallowed carefully. Now I don't know what this is anymore. Silence stretched heavily between them. Then quietly, neither do I. The honesty nearly shattered her completely. Because Elias Vale could have lied, could have controlled the situation, could have charmed her, manipulated her. Instead, he stood beside her in silence, admitting uncertainty, real uncertainty, and somehow that felt more intimate than romance. Olivia looked down toward her hands. I should probably leave before this gets worse. The moment the words left her mouth, something changed in Elias's face. Tiny, almost invisible. But there, pain. Real pain, going quickly, but she saw it. And suddenly Olivia realized something terrifying. The idea of her leaving genuinely hurt him. Not strategically. Personally, her chest tightened painfully. I'm not saying I want to leave, she clarified quickly. Elias looked toward her again. Careful now. Always careful. I know. No, you don't understand. Olivia exhaled shakily. God, why was vulnerability harder than public humiliation? I don't know how to survive this kind of attention. That truth hurt most. Not the billionaire reveal. Not the tabloids. The exposure. Olivia spent her whole life trying not to become a burden. Now millions of strangers suddenly discussed her life publicly. Elias stayed silent for a moment. Then quietly. When I first disappeared from the company. His voice softened slightly. I spent 3 weeks sleeping in anonymous hotels because I couldn't stand being recognized anymore. Olivia blinked in surprise. What? I stopped trusting interactions. He leaned lightly against the balcony railing. I never knew if people saw me or the money attached to me. There it was again. That loneliness. Not dramatic. Not self-pitying. Just honest. Olivia studied him carefully. For all his power, Elias looked exhausted by it, like wealth built walls around him instead of freedom. You really hated that life? Yes. Immediate. Certain. Olivia frowned slightly. Then why go back? Elias looked toward the ballroom through the glass doors. The company employs thousands of people. A pause. Responsibility doesn't disappear because you're tired. That answer told her everything. Nathan chased power because it fed his ego. Elias carried power because he felt responsible for people beneath it. Completely different men. Completely different hearts. Olivia looked at him quietly. You know what's scary? What? You being rich stopped mattering to me somewhere around the coffee conversation. For the first time all night. Elias genuinely looked affected. Not controlled. Affected. His eyes held her steadily, and suddenly the emotional tension between them became unbearable. Rain. City lights. Quiet breathing. Dangerous eye contact. Olivia's pulse stumbled violently. This was becoming a problem. A very large, emotionally devastating problem. Then softly. You should know something. Elias's voice lowered slightly. Olivia's heartbeat accelerated immediately. When Nathan exposed the agreement to Naito, he paused briefly. I wasn't angry because people questioned me. Olivia barely breathed. Elias looked directly at her. I was angry because he humiliated you again. The words hit like emotional impact physically. Because suddenly everything became painfully clear. Every confrontation, every threat, every cold stare toward Nathan. Protection. Not ego. Protection. Olivia's eyes burned unexpectedly. No one had ever defended her without asking for something afterward. Not once. Elias noticed her emotions immediately. You're crying. I hate that you notice everything. A faint smile touched his face softly, then disappeared again when she looked away quickly. Olivia wiped beneath her eyes before laughing weakly. This is horrible timing. What is? She looked toward him helplessly. I think I'm falling in love with you. Silence. Complete devastating silence. The city seemed to disappear around them. Elias stared at her like the words physically stunned him. Good. Let him emotionally suffer too. Olivia immediately regretted existing. Wonderful. Fantastic. Why not confess feelings to a billionaire during a corporate scandal? Very stable behavior. She opened her mouth quickly. I mean, not intentionally. Obviously. Then Elias moved closer. Not dramatically. Carefully. Like approaching something fragile. Olivia's heartbeat became violent. His voice lowered softly. Olivia. The way he said her name nearly destroyed her. I've been trying not to love you since the bus stop. Her breath caught completely.
Oh no, that was worse.
Much worse. Because suddenly she realized something terrifying. This wasn't one-sided. Not even close. And before either of them could recover emotionally, the balcony doors burst open again. Marcus looked grim this time. Very grim. Mr. Vale. Elias immediately turned slightly. What happened? Marcus's expression hardened. The agreement leaked. Olivia's stomach dropped instantly. Marcus continued quietly. And Nathan just told the board the marriage was a calculated publicity stunt. Olivia's entire body went cold. Leaked. The word echoed through her chest like impact. Marcus stood near the balcony doorway with the expression of a man walking into emotional disaster professionally. The story spread across financial media first. He explained carefully. Now entertainment outlets picked it up. Olivia already knew what that meant. Not journalism. Spectacle. Humiliation sold better than truth. Her phone, still powered off in Elias's pocket, suddenly felt radioactive. Nathan had done exactly what she feared. Taken the ugliest version of the story and fed it to the world. Marcus continued quietly. The board is divided. Some believe Nathan's claim that the marriage was orchestrated to influence company perception. Elias's expression hardened dangerously. On what evidence? Marcus hesitated. The signed temporary agreement. Of course. The agreement looked terrible out of context. Temporary arrangement. Mutual image protection. No financial liability. Nathan probably framed it perfectly. Cold. Calculated. Manipulative. Olivia wrapped both arms around herself instinctively. Because suddenly all the warmth from the balcony disappeared. She could already imagine the headlines. Waitress manipulates billionaire heir. Fake marriage scandal rocks Vale hotels. Desperate woman exposed. Nathan always knew how to weaponize shame. Marcus looked toward Elias carefully. The board wants immediate response. Elias stayed calm. Too calm. And somehow that terrified Olivia now. Because she finally understood something important. Quiet men became frightening when pushed too far. Tell the board I'll address them directly, Elias said evenly. Marcus nodded once. Then paused. Sir. A tiny hesitation. They're questioning Mrs. Vale's intentions aggressively. The words hit Olivia harder than expected. Not because strangers doubted her. Because part of her feared they were right. At the beginning, the marriage had been revenge. Messy revenge. Emotional revenge. Even if feelings became real afterward. Marcus left quietly a moment later, giving them privacy again. The balcony doors closed softly behind him. Silence settled immediately. Heavy silence. Olivia stared toward the city skyline without seeing it. Rain blurred distant lights across the dark glass buildings. Finally, you should tell them the truth. Elias looked toward her slowly. What truth? That I proposed because I was humiliated and emotionally unstable. Her throat tightened. That the marriage started recklessly. Elias's expression cooled slightly. That doesn't invalidate what happened after. But it validates Nathan. No. Elias replied immediately. It validates pain. The certainty in his voice nearly broke her composure again. God, why did he keep defending her when she barely knew how to defend herself? Olivia laughed bitterly. You realize I'm currently destroying your company reputation, right? Elias turned fully toward her now. No. The word came sharp enough to stop her breathing. You are not responsible for Nathan's behavior. But you are not responsible for men weaponizing your vulnerability. Silence. Painful silence. Because Nathan spent years convincing her otherwise. If he got angry, she should have handled things better. If he embarrassed her, she should have stayed quieter. If he became cruel, she should have been easier to love. And now Elias stood in front of her, dismantling those beliefs sentence by sentence. Olivia looked away quickly before emotions overwhelmed her again. This doesn't feel real. Elias's voice softened slightly. The media storm. She shook her head slowly. You. That answer visibly affected him. Good. Excellent. Let the billionaire emotionally struggle too. Olivia exhaled shakily. You defend me like I matter. You do. Immediate. Certain. No hesitation. The dangerous warmth returned instantly. Olivia pressed both hands against the balcony railing. This is unfair. What is? You being emotionally devastating while wearing a tailored suit. A faint surprised laugh escaped him softly. There it was again. That rare genuine warmth. And somehow knowing she could pull that sound out of him felt dangerously intimate. But then reality crashed back immediately. Olivia looked toward the ballroom through the glass doors. Crowds still moved beneath golden chandeliers. Executives, investors, powerful people, all discussing her like some scandal attached to Elias's name. Her stomach twisted painfully. They hate me already. Elias followed her gaze calmly. Nope. You don't know that. I do. He looked back toward her. They're afraid. Olivia frowned slightly. Off me. Off what you represent. That answer confused her completely. I represent emotional instability and terrible decision-making. You represent someone I chose without strategic benefit. Silence. Then Elias continued quietly. That threatens people who built relationships around power. The realization hit slowly. Executives understood contracts, politics, status marriages, calculated partnerships. But Elias marrying an ordinary waitress because she was kind. That disrupted the rules they understood. Interesting. Very interesting. Olivia stared at him carefully. You really don't care what they think. I care what you think. The words landed directly in the center of her chest. And suddenly she realized something terrifying. He meant it. Completely. Not performance. Not seduction. Truth. Olivia's pulse stumbled again. This keeps getting emotionally worse. I noticed. Silence stretched softly between them. Then suddenly, a loud notification sound echoed from somewhere nearby. Marcus again. The balcony doors opened sharply. This time his expression looked darker, more urgent. Nathan gave an interview. Olivia physically winced. Of course he did. Marcus held out a tablet carefully toward Elias. He's claiming Olivia intentionally targeted you after discovering your identity. Olivia felt humiliation rise violently through her chest again. He's lying. I know, Elias replied instantly. Marcus continued. He also implied she manipulated you emotionally while pretending to be financially vulnerable. The cruelty of that nearly stole her breath. Because Nathan knew exactly what she feared most: being perceived as opportunistic, transactional, manipulative. Olivia spent her whole life trying not to burden anyone. Now millions of strangers believed she trapped a billionaire. Her vision blurred slightly, and immediately Elias noticed. Always noticing. His voice softened dangerously. "Look at me." Olivia tried not to. Failed instantly. Elias stepped closer. Not controlling. Grounding. "None of this changes who you are." The tears burned harder now, because suddenly she realized something painful. Nathan understood her insecurities, but Elias understood her heart. Very different things. Olivia laughed shakily through emotion. "You know what's embarrassing?" "What?" "I think hearing you defend me matters more than the entire internet attacking me." Elias's expression changed, slightly, raw again. Vulnerable. God. That look genuinely needed regulation. Marcus suddenly looked deeply uncomfortable witnessing this conversation. Reasonable. Very reasonable. Then his phone buzzed again. He checked the screen, and immediately went still. "What?" Elias asked quietly. Marcus looked up carefully. The board voted. Silence. Heavy silence. They suspended Nathan pending investigation. Olivia blinked. "That fast?" Marcus nodded slightly. "Most investors sided with you after the gala speech." Of course they did. Because Nathan attacked emotionally. Elias responded honestly. And somehow honesty became stronger. Interesting. Very interesting. But Marcus wasn't finished. "There's another issue." Elias's expression sharpened. Marcus hesitated briefly. Then carefully, someone leaked Olivia's apartment address online. The world seemed to stop. Olivia's stomach dropped instantly. No. No, no, no. Panic climbed hard into her chest now. Real panic. Because public humiliation was one thing. Strangers knowing where she lived. That was different. Dangerous different. Marcus continued quietly. Media vehicles already arrived outside the building. Olivia physically stepped backward. Her breathing became even immediately. Too much. This was too much. Her safe place. Her tiny apartment above the laundromat. The only place she still understood. Gone. Ruined. Elias moved instantly. Not aggressively. Carefully. Steady hands gently touching her arms. "Olivia." She shook her head quickly. "I can't do this." "Yes, you can. There are reporters outside my home." His eyes held hers steadily. "Then we protect your home." The certainty in his voice grounded her slightly. Barely. But enough. Olivia looked at him helplessly. "My life was normal 2 days ago." Elias's expression softened painfully. "No," he said quietly. "Your life was lonely." The truth in that sentence hurt. Because somehow, even now, even during panic, she knew he was right. And that was the most terrifying part of all. The drive back to Olivia's apartment felt unreal. Rain streaked across the black SUV windows, while city lights blurred into long glowing smears outside. Inside the vehicle, silence. Not uncomfortable silence. Shock silence. Olivia sat beside Elias in the back seat, trying to process how her life transformed into a media disaster in less than 48 hours. Reporters outside her apartment. Her address leaked online. Financial media, debating whether she manipulated a billionaire. And somehow the worst part still wasn't the scandal. It was losing the one place that felt safe. Olivia leaned her forehead lightly against the cold window glass. "I love that apartment." Elias looked toward her quietly. "It's still yours." "No." Her voice softened. "Not anymore." She laughed weakly. "It smelled like laundry, detergent, and bad life choices, but it was mine." The sadness behind the words hurt more than panic. Because Elias understood immediately. The apartment wasn't about quality. It was about control. Her own space. Her own survival. Her own little world untouched by powerful people. Now cameras surrounded it. Ruined. The SUV slowed near a red light. Marcus sat in the front passenger seat speaking quietly into an earpiece while scanning streets carefully. Everything suddenly felt more serious now. Protective security. Private routes. Black vehicles. Olivia hated how quickly she was adjusting to it. "I'm sorry," she whispered suddenly. Elias frowned slightly. "For what?" "This." She gestured vaguely toward the car. "The scandal. The board. Nathan. Your company." Elias looked at her steadily. "You apologizing for other people hurting you is becoming concerning." The quiet firmness in his voice made her chest tighten again. Olivia sighed softly. "I'm working on it." "You shouldn't have to." Dangerous words. Very dangerous words. Because every time Elias defended her emotional wounds, something inside her softened further toward him. And she was already in trouble. Massive emotional trouble. Marcus suddenly spoke from the front seat. "We're approaching the building." Olivia's stomach dropped instantly. The SUV turned slowly onto her street, and chaos exploded outside the windows. Camera flashes, news vans, crowds near the apartment entrance, people shouting questions, microphones, lights. Her entire body froze. Oh my God. The laundromat building looked completely surrounded. Reporters crowded sidewalks beneath umbrellas while photographers waited near the entrance doors. Someone even held up printed pictures of her and Elias from the gala. The sight made panic hit instantly. Sharp. Violent. Too many people. Too many eyes. Her breathing became uneven immediately. Elias noticed at once. Always immediately. "Don't look outside." Too late. She already had. Olivia pressed both hands tightly together, trying to stop shaking. "That's my home." The words came out small, broken. Elias's expression darkened dangerously while watching the crowd outside. Marcus spoke calmly into his earpiece again. Secondary team moved now. Almost instantly, 2 additional black SUVs appeared behind them. Security personnel exited quickly and moved toward the apartment entrance. Professional. Efficient. The reporters surged toward them immediately. Cameras flashed violently through the rain. Olivia physically flinched, and suddenly, warm fingers gently touched her wrist. Grounding. "Steady. Look at me." Her eyes lifted toward him automatically. Not the reporters. Not the cameras. Him. His expression remained calm despite the chaos outside. And somehow that calmness anchored her instantly. "You're safe," he said quietly. The words hit painfully hard, because no one had ever said them to her like that before. Not casually. Not automatically. Not like her safety mattered instinctively. Olivia swallowed shakily. "I hate this. I know. I want my normal life back." A small pause. "Your normal life hurt you." Silence. Because again, he was right. Nathan hurt her. Loneliness hurt her. Exhaustion hurt her. Pretending everything was fine hurt her. Still, this new life terrified her too. Marcus turned slightly from the front seat. "Route is clear." Elias looked toward Olivia. "We can leave." "What?" "You don't have to go inside." Olivia blinked. "But my things. We'll retrieve everything later." Again. Choice. Always choice. No forcing. No controlling. No deciding for her. God? Why was basic respect suddenly so emotionally devastating? Olivia looked back toward the apartment building. Then toward Elias again. What happens now? That question lingered heavily, because suddenly there was no temporary illusion anymore. No fake marriage fantasy. This was real now. Publicly real. Dangerously real. Elias held her gaze quietly. "Now we protect your peace." The sincerity behind the words nearly shattered her composure again. Because, somehow this man treated emotional safety like something sacred. Olivia looked down quickly before tears returned. "This is getting really unfair." "What is?" "You being perfect during emotional crisis." A faint smile touched his face softly. "Perfect seems optimistic. You made me coffee after I panic married you." Reasonable hospitality. "You defended me in front of investors." Also reasonable. "You keep making me feel safe." That one silenced him. Good. Excellent. Let him emotionally struggle too. The rain continued softly outside, while flashes exploded around the SUVs. Marcus spoke quietly again. The penthouse is secured. Olivia froze slightly. Penthouse. Right. Of course. That was her life now apparently. Emotionally attached to a billionaire while paparazzi hunted her outside laundromats. Very stable progression. Elias studied her carefully. You don't have to stay there permanently. I know. You can leave whenever you want. Oh, again. Choice. Always freedom. Never pressure. Olivia realized something terrifying then. The more freedom Elias gave her, the less she wanted to leave. That should have scared her more than it did. The SUV finally pulled away from the chaos outside her apartment building. Olivia watched the flashing cameras disappear slowly through rain-covered windows. And unexpectedly, grief hit her hard. Not for the apartment itself, for the version of herself who lived there. The lonely waitress trying to survive quietly. That life was gone now. Forever. Elias noticed the shift in her expression instantly. What are you thinking? Olivia laughed softly. That my life officially became a romance novel written by someone unstable. A quiet laugh escaped him too. Warm. Low. Dangerously attractive. Olivia looked at him helplessly. See, even your laugh is emotionally manipulative. I'll work on making it worse. That feels threatening. It was. Another small laugh escaped her despite everything, and suddenly she realized something important. Even during disaster, Elias kept pulling her back toward calm, back toward breathing, back toward herself. The realization settled deeply into her chest. The SUV entered a private underground garage beneath one of the city's tallest buildings. Security gates closed behind them immediately. Quiet, safe, controlled. Marcus exited first while security teams moved efficiently nearby. Then Elias opened Olivia's door himself. The gesture felt strangely intimate. Not billionaire polished. Personal. Olivia stepped out slowly into the underground garage. Everything looked sleek, minimalist, expensive, very intimidating. She looked toward Elias nervously. I'm probably going to accidentally break something in billionaire housing. You survived me. The apartment should manage. That earned another reluctant smile. He guided her toward a private elevator while security remained respectfully distant. Not hovering, not invasive. Again, interesting. Everything around Elias seemed built around respect instead of control. The elevator doors closed softly behind them, finally alone, quiet, still. Olivia leaned back against the mirrored wall heavily. Exhaustion crashed over her all at once now. Emotional exhaustion, public exhaustion, life exhaustion. Elias watched her carefully. You're crashing. That sounds medically accurate. You need sleep. I need therapy. That too. Olivia laughed weakly. Then suddenly, the emotional weight became too much. Her eyes burned again. Not dramatic crying. Worse, exhausted crying. The kind people do when they've held too much for too long. Elias moved immediately. Not rushing. Careful. Always careful. One hand gently touched her arm. Hey. That single soft word nearly destroyed her. Olivia covered her face briefly. I'm trying really hard not to fall apart right now. His voice lowered gently. You don't have to hold everything alone anymore. The tears slipped free instantly, because suddenly, after years of surviving by herself, someone finally said the thing her heart had been desperate to hear. And for the first time in a very long time, Olivia believed it. Olivia had never seen a penthouse this quiet before. Not quiet because it was empty. Quiet because it felt protected from the world. Floor to ceiling windows stretched across the massive living room overlooking rain-covered city lights, while soft ambient lighting reflected against dark marble floors. Everything looked elegant, expensive, untouchable, yet somehow not cold. That surprised her most. The space didn't feel like Nathan's luxury apartment had felt. Nathan filled rooms with status. Elias filled rooms with calm. Very different things. The elevator doors opened softly behind them. Olivia stepped carefully into the penthouse while still emotionally exhausted enough to cry over decorative lighting. Wonderful. Very stable. Elias removed his suit jacket quietly and placed it across the back of a chair. Even exhausted, he moved with the same controlled stillness she noticed since the bus stop. Nothing rushed. Nothing aggressive. Everything deliberate. Olivia slowly turned in place. This apartment is bigger than my entire building? That seems inefficient. She stared at him. You live like a billionaire and somehow still sound homeless. That feels judgmental. It's admiration, unfortunately. A small smile appeared again. God. Those smiles genuinely needed regulation. Olivia walked slowly toward the massive windows overlooking the city skyline. Rain drifted softly across the glass while distant traffic lights glowed below. For the first time all day, silence existed. No reporters, no investors, no whispers, just quiet. Her shoulders lowered slightly without realizing it. Elias noticed immediately. Always immediately. You can breathe here. The words settled deeply into her chest. Olivia leaned lightly against the cool glass. I don't understand how your life became this. She gestured around the penthouse. The money, the company, all of this. Elias moved beside her quietly. Not too close. Never pushing. My father built most of it. Olivia looked toward him. You don't like talking about him. Interesting. That tiny flicker again, gone quickly. No. Silence lingered briefly. Then Elias continued calmly. He believed power solved everything. Olivia frowned slightly. And you don't? I think power reveals people. That answer felt painfully honest. Because Nathan changed once he gained power. Crueler, colder, more performative, while Elias became gentler with power. More careful, like he understood exactly how dangerous it could become. Olivia studied him quietly. You're scared of becoming him. For the first time since meeting him. Elias genuinely looked surprised. Then slowly, yes. The honesty in that single word hurt. Because suddenly Olivia understood something deeply important. Elias wasn't emotionally restrained because he lacked feeling. He restrained himself because he feared hurting people. That realization nearly destroyed her emotionally on the spot. Wonderful. Fantastic. Very healthy situation. Olivia looked away toward the rain-covered skyline quickly. You know what's terrifying? What? You're somehow more attractive when emotionally vulnerable. A soft laugh escaped him. Low. Warm. There it was again. That dangerous sound. Olivia shook her head dramatically. I need you to become slightly worse as a person immediately. I'll consider it. Thank you. This level of emotional intelligence feels unfair. Elias leaned lightly against the window beside her. I'm not emotionally intelligent. Olivia turned toward him instantly. You noticed I apologize when people hurt me. A pause. You noticed I panic in emotionally unsafe rooms. Another pause. You noticed I stop breathing properly during stress. Elias looked mildly uncomfortable now. Interesting. Apparently the billionaire heir could dismantle corporate executives publicly, but struggled accepting compliments. Good to know. Olivia crossed her arms. That's emotional intelligence. That's observation. That's the same thing but with better tailoring. Another faint smile. God, she was genuinely doomed. A quiet knock interrupted the moment. Marcus entered carefully from the private hallway carrying a tablet. His expression looked calmer than earlier. Good sign, maybe. Media pressure is stabilizing. He informed Elias professionally. Olivia blinked. That's possible. Most investors publicly sided with Mr. Vale after the gala. Interesting. Very interesting. Marcus continued. Nathan's interview backfired. Good. Excellent. Olivia tried not to look too pleased. Failed completely. Marcus glanced briefly toward her. The public response shifted significantly after clips of the ballroom speech spread online. Olivia frowned slightly. What kind of response? Marcus hesitated almost imperceptibly. Then, people sympathized with you. That surprised her completely. Marcus handed the tablet toward her carefully. Olivia looked down uncertainly. Social media clips flooded the screen. Elias defending her. Nathan publicly humiliating her. Comments moved rapidly beneath the videos. He defended her better in 5 minutes than her ex ever did. She looks genuinely overwhelmed. Not him calling out rich people publicly. He actually sees her. That last line destroyed me emotionally. Olivia's throat tightened unexpectedly, not because strangers approved. Because for the first time, people saw what Nathan really was. Not charming, cruel. The realization felt strangely healing. Marcus looked toward Elias carefully. The board formally suspended Nathan pending ethics investigation. Elias nodded once. Legal exposure. Significant. Good. Very good. Olivia should not have enjoyed hearing that as much as she did. Marcus continued. Several employees also filed complaints after tonight. Olivia blinked. What? Marcus's expression cooled slightly. Nathan apparently developed a reputation for humiliating staff privately. Her chest tightened painfully. Of course he did. She remembered how he spoke to servers once he gained authority. Sharp. Dismissive. Performative. Olivia suddenly realized something important. Nathan didn't become cruel after leaving her. He was already cruel. Success simply removed the need to hide it. Marcus's attention shifted carefully toward Olivia. There's something else. Her stomach immediately dropped. Wonderful. What now? Media outlets are requesting interviews. Absolutely not. No. Marcus nodded calmly. That was my recommendation as well. Good. Ignore everything for 48 hours. Marcus advised carefully. Public narratives shift quickly. Olivia handed the tablet back immediately. I would like to unsubscribe from public narratives entirely. That seems reasonable. Marcus finally looked slightly amused. Tiny progress. Then his expression returned professional again. One more thing. Elias looked toward him quietly. The board requested confirmation regarding the marriage. Silence. Heavy silence. Olivia's pulse quickened instantly. Marcus clarified carefully. They want to know whether the relationship is legitimate. There it was. The dangerous question. Because now nothing felt simple anymore. Not fake. Not temporary. Not emotionally safe. Olivia looked toward Elias slowly, and immediately noticed it. Carefulness again, like he would follow her lead completely, always giving her choice. Always. Marcus waited professionally. Finally, Elias answered calmly. My marriage is not a board discussion. Marcus nodded once. They expected that response. Then he hesitated slightly. However, Olivia braced internally. The board is concerned public scandal may affect company perception unless the relationship appears stable. Translation. Look convincingly in love or corporate investors panic. Amazing. Fantastic. Olivia laughed weakly. So now we're professionally married. Marcus looked surprisingly sympathetic. Yes. Then, quietly. I'll increase security around the building and apartment. He left moments later, giving them privacy again. The penthouse fell silent. Rain continued softly against the windows. Olivia exhaled heavily. This officially became the weirdest relationship in human history. Elias leaned slightly against the counter nearby. I've heard worse beginnings. You literally met me crying at a bus stop. You proposed first. That remains your favorite detail somehow. It's memorable. Olivia shook her head helplessly. Then slowly. The humor faded again. Because now they stood alone in a quiet penthouse after surviving emotional warfare together, and the tension between them felt impossible to ignore. Dangerous. Warm. Real. Olivia looked toward him carefully. You know what scares me most? What? That this stopped feeling fake before I realized it. Silence settled instantly between them. Elias held her gaze steadily. No performance. No avoidance. Just truth. Then quietly, it stopped feeling fake for me the moment you invited me home. Her breath caught completely. Oh, that was worse. Much worse. Because suddenly the emotional gravity between them became undeniable. Olivia's heartbeat turned violent again. Rain tapped softly around the penthouse. City lights glowed below them. And for one dangerous suspended moment, neither of them looked away. Then Elias stepped closer slowly, careful, like always. His voice lowered softly. Olivia. The way he said her name genuinely needed legal regulation. Yes. A pause. Then honestly, I don't know how to do this slowly anymore. The words hit straight through her chest, because she felt exactly the same way. And suddenly, very suddenly, Olivia realized she wanted him to kiss her. Not because he was rich, not because he protected her, because somewhere between the rainstorm and the penthouse, Elias' veil became home. The space between them disappeared slowly, dangerously slowly. Olivia stood near the penthouse windows while rain painted silver patterns across the glass behind her. And Elias looked at her like he was trying very hard to stay controlled, which somehow made everything worse. Because she realized something terrifying. The calm billionaire who terrified executives. He lost composure around her. That should not have affected her as much as it did. But it absolutely did. Her heartbeat pounded so hard she could feel it in her throat. Neither of them moved for a moment. Just breathing. Watching each other. The entire city glowing below them, while emotional tension stretched impossibly tight between them. Then Elias took one final careful step closer, and Olivia stopped thinking entirely. His voice lowered softly. You should tell me to stop. Her pulse stumbled violently. Because he meant it. Even now. Even here. Choice. Always choice. Olivia looked up at him slowly. I think if you stop now I might actually get angry. A real laugh escaped him then. Warm. Low. Beautiful. And before she could emotionally recover from the sound, Elias gently touched her face. The world went still, completely still. His hand remained careful against her cheek, like he was terrified of pushing too hard. Olivia closed her eyes for half a second instinctively. Not because she felt overwhelmed, because she felt safe. That realization nearly destroyed her emotionally on the spot. When she looked back at him, something in Elias's expression had changed. The careful distance was still there, but now emotion pushed visibly beneath it. Real emotion, raw enough to make her chest ache. You make me forget how to stay detached, he admitted quietly. God, those words physically hurt. Olivia laughed softly through nervous breath. That's unfortunate because I'm already emotionally ruined. A faint smile touched his mouth, then faded slowly, because suddenly neither of them were joking anymore. The rain outside deepened softly against the glass, and then finally, Elias kissed her, gentle, careful, like he still expected her to pull away. Olivia didn't, not even slightly, because the moment his lips touched hers, everything else disappeared. The reporters, Nathan, the scandal, the investors, gone. Only warmth remained. Warmth and relief and something terrifyingly close to peace. Olivia's hands instinctively caught lightly against the front of his shirt, and immediately Elias deepened the kiss slightly. Still controlled, still careful, but no longer distant. Emotion crashed through her chest so hard it almost hurt, because no one had ever kissed her like this before. Not possessive, not performative, not selfish, like she mattered. Like her feelings mattered. Like hurting her would hurt him too. The realization shattered something deep inside her completely. When they finally pulled apart, neither of them spoke immediately. Olivia stared at him breathlessly. "Well," she whispered weakly, "that seems emotionally catastrophic." A quiet laugh escaped him softly. Then his forehead rested gently against hers. The intimacy of the gesture nearly killed her. "You okay?" he asked quietly. Olivia actually laughed in disbelief. "You kiss me like that and your first concern is whether I'm okay?" "Less." God. She was genuinely done for. Olivia looked up at him helplessly. "You realize you're ruining other men for me permanently." "That sounds serious." "It is serious." Elias smiled slightly again. And suddenly Olivia realized something else. He smiled more around her now. Not the tiny, controlled, almost smiles from before. Real ones. Warmer, softer, like part of him relaxed around her too. That realization settled painfully deep in her chest. Because suddenly this no longer felt temporary at all. Not emotionally. Not even close. Olivia touched lightly against the front of his shirt. "You know what's terrifying?" "What?" "I think this became real before either of us admitted it." Elias looked at her quietly. "I know." The honesty in his voice made her stomach flip again. Then softly, a phone vibrated somewhere nearby. Reality crashed back instantly. Wonderful. Perfect timing. Elias exhaled quietly before stepping back just enough to answer the call from the kitchen counter. Olivia tried very hard not to stare at him while emotionally collapsing internally. Failed completely. His voice lowered slightly while listening. "Yes." A pause. Then colder. "When?" Olivia's stomach tightened immediately. Not good. Definitely not good. Elias's expression darkened further while listening silently. Then finally, "I'll handle it." He ended the call calmly. Too calmly. Olivia crossed her arms instinctively. "What happened?" Elias looked toward her quietly. "Nathan contacted the press again." Of course he did. That emotionally unstable corporate cockroach simply refused to die. "What now?" A small pause. Then, he released private surveillance footage. Olivia froze. "What?" "Hotel footage." Her pulse quickened sharply. "Which footage?" Then realization hit. The bus stop. The courthouse. The lobby. "Oh no," Elias continued quietly. "He's trying to prove the relationship was strategically orchestrated." Olivia felt anger rise instantly now. Not humiliation. Anger. He illegally released security footage. Wes. That's psychotic. Wes. The calm agreement somehow made her angrier. Olivia started pacing across the penthouse. "He's obsessed." Elias watched her carefully. "Yes." "I can't stand losing control." "No." Olivia stopped suddenly, because another realization hit hard. Nathan wasn't just attacking Elias anymore. He was attacking them. Their relationship. Their feelings. Their connection. And weirdly, that made Olivia furious in a completely different way. Because suddenly this no longer felt like defending herself alone. It felt personal. Interesting. Very interesting. Elias noticed the shift in her expression immediately. "What are you thinking?" Olivia looked toward him sharply. "I think I'm done being scared of him." Silence. Then something warm flickered in Elias's eyes. Not pride exactly. Something softer. "She's evolving," he murmured quietly. Olivia pointed dramatically toward him. "Do not narrate my emotional development." That seems difficult now. Despite everything, a laugh escaped her again. Always somehow back to laughter with him. God, what had this man done to her? Olivia moved toward the massive windows again while rain rolled endlessly across the city. Then slowly, she turned back toward him. "You know what Nathan still doesn't understand?" Elias waited quietly. "He thinks this is about money." Her voice softened. "But the reason he's losing," Olivia looked directly at him, "is because you made me feel safe." Silence settled instantly. Heavy emotional silence. Because suddenly the truth sat openly between them now. Not attraction. Not revenge. Safety. That was the dangerous part. Elias looked at her like the words physically affected him. And maybe they did. Because after a long moment, he crossed the room toward her again slowly. Careful. Always careful. Then quietly. No one protected you properly before me, did they? The question nearly broke her. Because suddenly every memory returned at once. Nathan dismissing her feelings. Friends disappearing when life became difficult. Working herself sick trying to earn love. Always trying. Always apologizing. Always surviving alone. Olivia looked down briefly. No. The single word came out painfully small. And immediately, Elias pulled her gently into his arms. No hesitation this time. No careful distance. Just warmth. Protection. Solid, steady warmth. Olivia closed her eyes instantly against his chest. And for the first time in years, she stopped bracing for abandonment. Olivia woke to sunlight in panic. For one beautiful disoriented second, she forgot everything. Then reality returned all at once. The gala, the media, Nathan, the leaked agreement, the confession Elias. Her face immediately buried deeper into the pillow with a quiet groan. Wonderful. Now she was emotionally attached to a billionaire after approximately 3 days. Excellent life choices. A warm, steady weight around her waist shifted slightly behind her. Olivia froze instantly. Slowly, very slowly, she looked down. An arm, Elias's arm, around her. Her pulse immediately malfunctioned. Right? At some point after emotional collapse and rainstorm trauma and accidental love confessions, they had apparently fallen asleep together. Fully clothed. Mostly tangled. Somewhere during the night she must have drifted against him while sitting on the penthouse couch. And apparently Elias Vale held on to her in his sleep. Interesting. Very interesting. Olivia tried very carefully not to move. Failed immediately when Elias stirred softly behind her. His voice sounded rough with sleep. You stopped breathing again. Her heart nearly exploded. How did this man sound attractive half asleep? That genuinely felt unfair. Olivia stared forward dramatically. I'm emotionally overwhelmed. A soft laugh vibrated lightly against her shoulder. God, that should genuinely be illegal. Elias loosened his arm immediately though, giving space again, always instinctively giving her room to leave. The tiny gesture affected her more than it should have. Olivia slowly turned toward him on the couch. Morning sunlight spilled softly across the penthouse windows while Elias looked impossibly calm for someone currently existing inside her emotional crisis. His hair looked slightly messy now, less controlled, more human. Very dangerous development. You're staring, he murmured quietly. You confessed love feelings during a corporate scandal. Olivia replied weakly. I think staring is medically justified. A faint smile appeared, then softened slightly. You regret it. The question carried carefulness beneath it. Not insecurity exactly, fear of pressuring her. Olivia understood that fear now. Elias constantly checked whether she still felt free, and somehow that made her trust him more every hour. She shook her head slowly. No, immediate answer. No hesitation. Because despite the chaos, that part felt true. Painfully true. Elias studied her face carefully for another moment. Then his phone vibrated sharply on the coffee table beside them. Reality crashed back instantly. Wonderful. He checked the screen. And Olivia immediately saw it. That subtle shift. Cold focus. Not emotional Elias anymore. Corporate Elias. Dangerous Elias. What happened? She asked quietly. He looked up slowly. Nathan scheduled a press conference. Of course he did. That emotionally unstable man truly treated dignity like a personal enemy. Olivia sat upright immediately. What now? Elias's expression remained unreadable. He's claiming the relationship manipulated investors intentionally. Her stomach dropped. That doesn't even make sense. It doesn't need to. Right. Because public narratives rarely cared about truth. Only spectacle. Elias stood from the couch calmly. Too calmly. Which meant he was furious. Olivia recognized that now. The calmer Elias became, the more dangerous the situation probably was. What are you going to do? A small pause. Then, edit. The words landed coldly, not the relationship. Nathan Olivia watched him carefully while he moved toward the kitchen. Controlled. Quiet. Focused. And suddenly she realized something important. Nathan thought he was fighting emotionally. But Elias could destroy him structurally. Completely different battlefield. Olivia followed slowly into the kitchen. You're scaring me a little. Elias looked toward her immediately and instantly softened. Just like that, Like his entire emotional temperature shifted the second he saw concern on her face. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm not angry with you, he said quietly. I know. That wasn't the scary part. The scary part was how protective he became. Because every time Nathan attacked Olivia publicly, Elias responded like someone protecting something precious. The realization still emotionally destabilized her. A quiet knock interrupted them. Marcus entered moments later carrying another tablet. Still perfectly composed, still somehow looking like a man physically incapable of chaos despite constantly delivering catastrophic news. Olivia respected that honestly. Nathan began speaking 20 minutes ago. Marcus informed calmly. Elias took the tablet silently. Olivia stepped closer automatically to look. Nathan appeared on screen standing before dozens of reporters outside another hotel property. Perfect suit, controlled expression, carefully rehearsed sympathy. God, she recognized that performance now. Nathan's public voice, the one designed to sound reasonable while quietly destroying people. Deeply concerned for the stability of Vale Grand hotels, Nathan was saying smoothly. Olivia physically rolled her eyes. He sounds like a politician built in a laboratory. Marcus unexpectedly coughed into his fist slightly, almost hiding amusement. Progress. Nathan continued speaking. Monsieur, Vale's emotional involvement compromised professional judgment. Then, Olivia's blood went cold. Unfortunately, Ms. Bennett intentionally pursued emotional access to Mr. Vale during a vulnerable period. Silence filled the penthouse. Marcus's expression hardened instantly. Elias became completely still beside her. Dangerously still. Olivia stared at the screen in disbelief. He's saying I targeted you. Nathan continued smoothly. Evidence suggests the relationship originated strategically before public disclosure. The courthouse agreement. The surveillance footage. He twisted everything perfectly. Olivia suddenly felt sick again, because she knew exactly what the internet would do with this narrative. Poor billionaire manipulated by waitress. Desperate woman traps emotionally vulnerable CEO. Nathan finally looked directly into the cameras. Mr. Vale deserves people around him who value him beyond wealth. The hypocrisy almost made Olivia laugh. Almost. Instead, she felt something unexpected. Anger. Real anger. Not shame. Not panic. Anger. Because Nathan wasn't attacking her dignity anymore. He was attacking her feelings, her love for Elias, and suddenly that crossed a line emotionally. Elias slowly lowered the tablet. Silence settled heavily across the penthouse. Marcus waited carefully. Finally, Olivia spoke quietly. He thinks I'm weak. Elias looked toward her instantly. You're not. No. Olivia's eyes remained fixed on the dark tablet screen. He thinks if he humiliates me enough, I'll disappear again. Something dangerous flickered behind Elias's eyes. Gun instantly. But Marcus noticed too. Interesting. Very interesting. Olivia crossed her arms slowly, then looked toward Elias. You know what's funny? He waited quietly. Nathan still thinks this story is about money. Her voice hardened softly. But the reason he's losing, she stepped closer toward Elias, is because for the first time in my life, someone actually loved me correctly. Silence. Complete silence. Marcus immediately looked like he wanted to professionally disappear through a wall. Reasonable. Very reasonable. Elias stared at her like the words physically affected him, and maybe they did, because suddenly all that dangerous corporate calm vanished slightly around the edges. Olivia held his gaze steadily. No one's ever protected me without making me earn it afterward. Her throat tightened softly. But you did. The room stayed still, heavy with emotion. Then quietly, Nathan's voice echoed again faintly from the forgotten tablet speakers. And unfortunately, Ms. Bennett's intentions remain questionable. Olivia reached over calmly, then shut the tablet off herself. The silence afterward felt powerful, not fearful, powerful. She looked back toward Elias. You know what? What? I'm done letting him tell my story. Something changed instantly in Elias's expression, not surprise. Pride. Warm, quiet pride. And somehow that made Olivia stand straighter automatically. Marcus broke the silence carefully. The media team recommends avoiding direct response. Olivia looked toward him calmly now. No. Both men froze slightly. Interesting. Very interesting. Olivia exhaled slowly. Then for the first time since this chaos began, she smiled. Not nervous, certain. Nathan wanted the scared waitress back. The apologetic woman. The humiliated woman. Too bad for him. Because Elias Vale accidentally loved her into becoming dangerous. The press conference room went silent the moment Olivia Bennett walked in. Hundreds of cameras turned instantly. Microphones lifted. Reporters straightened in their seats. And somewhere near the back row, Nathan Carter stopped breathing for half a second. Good. Very good. Olivia stood beside Elias at the entrance of the Vale Grand Media Hall, wearing a simple black dress and calm determination she absolutely did not feel internally. Her pulse was trying to kill her. But strangely, she wasn't afraid anymore. Not of Nathan. Not of the reporters. Not even of the headlines. Because sometime between the rainstorm and the penthouse, something changed inside her. Elias noticed immediately. His voice lowered quietly beside her. "You're terrifying him." Olivia kept her eyes forward. "Good." A faint, almost proud smile touched his face. "Dangerous man. Very dangerous man." Marcus guided them toward the stage while reporters immediately began shouting questions. "Ms. Bennett, did you target Mr. Vale intentionally? Was the marriage planned before the gala? Did you know his identity at the bus stop? Is the relationship contractual?" Nathan stood near the side stage surrounded by legal advisors, still perfectly dressed, still polished, still calculating. But today, he looked nervous. And Olivia realized something important. Nathan only felt powerful when women looked emotionally smaller than him. Too bad for him. She wasn't shrinking anymore. Elias pulled out a chair for her beside him at the front table. Again, small gestures. Always small gestures, respectful ones. Olivia sat calmly beneath the blinding camera lights while media teams adjusted equipment across the room. Nathan watched her carefully, trying to predict her, trying to find fear. Instead, he found certainty. Interesting. Very interesting. A moderator approached the microphone. Vale Grand Hotels will now address recent allegations regarding Mr. Elias Vale and Mrs. Olivia Vale, Mrs. Vale. Still emotionally destabilizing somehow. The moderator nodded toward Elias first. Elias remained calm beside her, always calm. But Olivia noticed something now. His hand rested lightly near hers beneath the table, not touching, just there, available, like he would ground her instantly if panic returned. That tiny detail nearly destroyed her emotionally. Wonderful, very professional timing. Elias spoke first. "The claims regarding manipulation, fraud, and investor deception are false. Simple. Controlled, no performance." Then his gaze shifted calmly toward Nathan. "The illegal release of surveillance footage and confidential documents is currently under legal investigation." Nathan's jaw tightened slightly. "Good, very good." A reporter immediately raised her hand. "Mr. Vale, did Olivia Bennett know your identity before the marriage?" "Nox." Another reporter quickly stood. "Then why marry someone after only one night?" The room waited. Cameras focused intensely. And beside Olivia, Elias answered without hesitation. "Because she was kind to me when she believed I had nothing." Silence spread softly through the media hall. Even reporters paused slightly. Nathan looked irritated immediately. Of course he did. Kindness had never impressed him. Olivia glanced sideways toward Elias briefly, and the warmth in his expression nearly made her lose emotional stability again. This man genuinely answered billion-dollar media questions like someone discussing human decency. Absolutely insane behavior. Another reporter stood quickly. "Ms. Bennett, critics online claim you emotionally manipulated Mr. Vale during a vulnerable period." There it was. The real attack. The room turned toward her instantly. Waiting, judging, watching. Nathan leaned back slightly, confident again, because this was the version of Olivia he expected. Emotional, overwhelmed, cornered. The old Olivia would have panicked here, would have apologized, would have explained herself desperately. But then Olivia looked sideways toward Elias and saw something steady in his eyes. Not control. Trust, complete trust. The realization grounded her instantly. She looked back toward the reporters calmly. "I understand why people believe that story." Nathan blinked slightly. Interesting. Not the answer he expected. Olivia continued evenly. "Because from the outside this situation looks absurd." A few reporters exchanged glances. "True. Good. Let them lean in." Olivia folded her hands calmly together on the table. "I was publicly humiliated by my ex-fiancé at a luxury gala." Nathan's face hardened immediately. "I met a quiet stranger at a bus stop in the rain." Her eyes shifted briefly toward Elias. "And I made a reckless emotional decision." The room stayed completely silent. No performance. No pretending. Just honesty. Nathan slowly relaxed slightly. He thought she was validating him. Big mistake. Olivia continued calmly. "But here's the part Nathan doesn't understand." Her voice sharpened softly. "The reason this story became public isn't because I targeted Elias." Now Nathan's expression changed again. Careful now. Watching. Olivia looked directly toward the cameras. It became public because Nathan couldn't stand losing control over someone he thought would always stay emotionally small. Silence slammed across the room. Nathan went completely rigid. "Very good." Olivia leaned slightly forward. "You want the truth." Her eyes stayed locked on the reporters. I didn't fall in love with Elias because he's rich. A pause. I fell in love with him because he made me feel safe. The entire media hall went silent. Completely silent. Even camera operators stopped shifting, because suddenly this wasn't scandal anymore. It was personal truth. Nathan looked genuinely blindsided. Good, very good. Olivia's voice softened slightly now. Do you know what kind of man Elias is? She glanced toward him briefly. He notices when people stop breathing during panic attacks. Elias froze beside her. Interesting. Very interesting. Olivia continued quietly. He remembers the names of hotel kitchen workers. Another pause. He slept on my couch when he owned penthouses because he didn't want me uncomfortable. Reporters scribbled furiously now. The emotional narrative shifted visibly inside the room. Olivia looked directly toward Nathan for the first time. And when the entire world started humiliating me, her throat tightened softly. He never once asked me to earn protection. Nathan's face lost color slowly. Because suddenly, everyone saw it. The difference between them. Nathan loved image. Elias protected people. Very different men. A reporter suddenly stood quickly. Ems Bennett, are you saying Mr. Carter emotionally abused you? Nathan immediately interrupted sharply. This is inappropriate. No, Olivia said calmly. The room fell silent again. She looked toward the reporters. I'm saying there are men who make women feel smaller so they can feel powerful. Then quietly. And there are men who make women feel safe enough to become stronger. The impact of the sentence visibly moved through the room. Even Marcus looked impressed near the security wall. Nathan stood abruptly. This press conference is becoming emotional theater. Elias finally looked toward him fully. Cold calm instantly returning. No, he said softly. It's becoming honest. Nathan's composure cracked visibly now. This relationship destabilized the company. Elias leaned back calmly. No. Then his gaze sharpened dangerously. Your obsession with humiliating women destabilized your career. Silence exploded through the media hall. Nathan looked furious. Real fury now. The controlled corporate mask slipping rapidly. You disappeared for months. Nathan snapped. You abandoned responsibility. Elias's expression remained unreadable. I stepped away because I became exhausted by performative people. Nathan laughed bitterly. And somehow the waiters cured you. Wrong question. Very wrong question. Because suddenly Elias's entire attention focused on him completely, and Olivia physically felt the temperature in the room drop. She reminded me decent people still exist. Nathan froze. Everyone froze. Because the answer carried no embarrassment, no hesitation. Only truth. Olivia's chest tightened painfully. God, how is this man real? Nathan looked around the room desperately now, at reporters, at executives, at cameras, trying to regain control. But it was already gone. Because the story changed. Not billionaire manipulated by waitress. Not fake marriage scandal. Now it became a powerful man publicly defended a woman everyone else tried to humiliate. And people understood that emotionally. Nathan's voice lowered dangerously. You think this ends well? Olivia answered before Elias could. Yes. The room turned toward her again. She stood slowly from her chair. Calm. Steady. No fizz for the first time in my life. Her eyes shifted briefly toward Elias. Someone loved me without trying to control me afterward. Silence. Heavy emotional silence. Then somewhere near the back, one reporter quietly lowered her notebook. Like she forgot she was supposed to be cynical. Interesting. Very interesting. Nathan realized it too. He lost. Not legally. Not financially. Emotionally. And that was worse. Because suddenly the entire world saw exactly who he was. A man who confused power with love. Olivia looked at him calmly one final time and realized something shocking. She genuinely wasn't afraid of him anymore. The internet turned against Nathan within 6 hours. Olivia discovered that while sitting barefoot on the penthouse couch eating takeout noodles from expensive porcelain bowls, which somehow perfectly summarized her life now. Billionaire penthouse. Takeout noodles. Emotional confusion. Public scandal. Very normal. Marcus stood near the kitchen island reviewing media reports on a tablet. The public sentiment shift is significant. Olivia looked up. That sounds like a sentence only security people say. Marcus considered it. Probably. Progress. The man was developing approximately 3% personality. Impressive. Elias sat beside her reviewing legal documents. Or pretending to. Olivia noticed he hadn't turned a page in almost 10 minutes. Interesting. Very interesting. She nudged his arm lightly. You're staring at the same paragraph. Elias glanced down, then quietly closed the folder. I dislike lawyers. Finally, a flaw. I have several. No, you've known me less than a week. And yet my conclusion remains. A faint smile appeared. God, those smiles genuinely needed government regulation. Marcus cleared his throat. The employee statements are becoming public. The room shifted instantly. Olivia sat upright. Employee statements. Marcus handed over the tablet. And suddenly, everything made sense. Former hotel staff, current employees, receptionists, servers, housekeeping managers, dozens of people, all speaking publicly. Not about Elias, about Nathan. He made interns cry regularly. He humiliated employees in meetings. He treated staff differently depending on status. Publicly mocked workers. Olivia stared silently at the screen. Her chest tightened painfully. Not because she was surprised, because she wasn't. Deep down, she remembered signs. Tiny signs. Nathan snapping at waiters. Belittling junior employees. Talking about people instead of to them. She simply ignored it because she loved him. A painful realization. Elias watched her carefully. What? Olivia lowered the tablet slowly. I knew. Silence. Heavy silence. I didn't want to know, she admitted quietly. That truth hurt. Because suddenly she understood something difficult. Nathan didn't change. Success didn't create cruelty. It revealed it. Elias moved slightly closer beside her, not touching. Just present. Always present. You loved who you thought he could become. The sentence landed directly in the center of her chest. Because that was exactly it. Olivia looked down. I spent years waiting for him to become kinder. A pause. And he spent years becoming worse. Silence settled softly. Then unexpectedly, Marcus spoke. He was different around you. Both Olivia and Elias looked toward him. Interesting. Marcus rarely volunteered observations. The security chief adjusted slightly. Not kind, he clarified, but careful. Olivia frowned. What do you mean? Marcus hesitated. Then, he wanted your approval. That stunned her, because suddenly dozens of memories rearranged themselves. Nathan bragging after promotions. Nathan seeking praise. Nathan wanting validation. Not love. Approval. The realization made her strangely sad, because maybe Nathan never knew how to love anyone. Not properly. Not safely. Marcus's phone vibrated. He checked it briefly. Then looked toward Elias. Board meeting moved forward. Of course. The corporate war continued. Wonderful. Elias stood calmly. I'll join in 15 minutes. Marcus nodded and left quietly. The penthouse fell silent again. Rain tapped softly against the windows. Olivia stared toward the skyline. Then suddenly, why did you really disappear? The question lingered. Heavy, personal. For the first time since meeting him, for Elias didn't answer immediately. Interesting. Very interesting. Because usually he always had answers. Finally, my father. Olivia turned slowly. His voice sounded different now. Not calm, not exactly. Careful, like touching old wounds. Elias walked toward the massive windows overlooking the city. Hands in pockets, eyes distant. My father built this company. A pause. He believed weakness was failure. Olivia's chest tightened. Oh, that explained things. A lot of things. He wasn't cruel publicly. Elias continued quietly. He was worse privately. The words hung heavily. Rain rolled softly across the glass behind him. He taught me people respected power. A small, bitter smile appeared. I spent years believing him. Olivia stayed silent, listening, because she sensed this mattered. Deeply. Elias looked down toward the city below. Then my mother got sick. The room went still, and suddenly Olivia understood. This wasn't about business. This was grief. The dangerous kind. The unfinished kind. Elias swallowed once. She spent her entire life treating people kindly. His voice softened. And when she needed support most. A pause. Most of our friends disappeared. Olivia's heart broke a little, because she already knew where this story was going. Power attracts people. Difficulty reveals them. Elias laughed softly, without humor. My father called it practical. The bitterness behind the words hurt. She called it loneliness. Silence. Heavy silence. Olivia moved toward him slowly, carefully, the same way he always approached her. Interesting. Very interesting. You loved her. The answer came instantly. Yes. No hesitation. No control. Just truth. Elias stared through the rain-covered windows. She used to bring coffee to hotel employees during overnight shifts. Olivia blinked. Coffee. A bus stop. A warm cup in the rain. Suddenly the memory hit differently. Elias smiled faintly. She used to say the way people treat invisible workers tells you everything. The realization struck Olivia hard. Oh. Now she understood. The anonymous hotel visits. The disguises. The months spent invisible. The search. He wasn't just studying people. He was looking for proof his mother had been right. And after years of disappointment, he found Olivia. The thought made her chest ache. Because suddenly the bus stop wasn't random anymore. Not completely. Olivia stepped beside him quietly. You were looking for her. Elias looked toward her, confused. Your mother. A pause. Then realization. Then something vulnerable. Raw. Unprotected. His voice lowered softly. Maybe. The single word nearly destroyed her. Because suddenly she saw it. Not the billionaire. Not the CEO. Not the hair. Just a lonely man carrying grief. Trying to prove kindness still existed. Olivia reached for his hand carefully. And this time, Elias held hers immediately. No hesitation. The warmth settled between them. Comforting. Steady. Rain continued softly outside. Neither spoke for a while. Then, quietly, you know what I think? Elias looked down toward her. What? Olivia smiled softly. I think your mother would have liked me. Silence. Complete silence. Then something changed in his face. Something deep. Something emotional. And for the first time since she'd known him, his eyes actually watered. Just slightly. Almost invisible. But there. God, that nearly broke her. Elias looked away briefly, collecting himself, then back toward her, a faint smile appearing. She would have loved you. The words hit harder than any love confession, because somehow, coming from him, they meant everything. And standing there beside the rain-covered windows, Olivia realized she wasn't just falling in love with Elias anymore. She was falling in love with every lonely, broken piece of him he finally trusted her enough to show. The boardroom looked exactly like Olivia imagined power would look. Cold, expensive, and full of people pretending they weren't afraid. Floor to ceiling windows overlooked the city, while 22 board members sat around a massive black conference table inside Vale Tower's executive headquarters. Every seat cost more than Olivia's first car. Probably more than her apartment, too. Very normal. Very healthy environment. Olivia stood outside the boardroom doors, adjusting the sleeve of her blazer nervously. I don't belong here. Elias glanced toward her immediately. You absolutely do. That's billionaire bias. You've started making things up. Olivia crossed her arms. I worked in hospitality. You understand people. A pause. Most board members don't. God actually made her laugh. Good, because she needed laughter right now. The last 48 hours had become surprisingly quiet. Not externally. Externally, everything remained chaos. Media coverage. Legal investigations. Corporate fallout. But internally, something changed. For the first time since meeting Elias, Olivia felt steady, and she knew exactly why. Because she finally stopped questioning whether he cared. The answer had become painfully obvious. A door opened behind them. Marcus appeared. Still composed, still somehow looking like he could stop a military invasion between lunch appointments. The board is ready. Translation: the battlefield is prepared. Wonderful. Olivia looked toward Elias. You know what's weird? What? I'm more nervous for you than me. Something warm appeared in his eyes instantly. Dangerous eyes. Very dangerous. Then softly, that's because you're kind, God. He needed to stop doing that. Immediately, before she melted permanently. Marcus cleared his throat. The legal team also arrived. The atmosphere shifted. Interesting, very interesting. Because legal teams only appeared when someone was about to lose spectacularly. Good. Very good. The boardroom doors opened fully, and Olivia walked into war. Every conversation stopped instantly. 22 pairs of eyes turned toward them. Executives, investors, lawyers, board members, powerful people, all watching, assessing, calculating. Olivia recognized the look immediately. She used to see it during luxury hotel events. People trying to determine value, status, worth. Except this time, she didn't care. Interesting, very interesting, because 6 months ago this room would have terrified her. Now she mostly wanted coffee, growth. The board chairwoman, Eleanor Vale, sat at the head of the table. Sharp eyes, elegant gray suit, zero patience. Olivia liked her immediately. Eleanor looked toward Elias, then Olivia, then smiled faintly. Good. The room looked confused. Eleanor continued calmly. You brought her. Several board members shifted uncomfortably. Interesting. Apparently Eleanor enjoyed making powerful people nervous. Excellent trait. One older executive cleared his throat. Shall we begin? No. Eleanor replied. The man immediately stopped talking. Power. Real power. Interesting. Eleanor folded her hands calmly. First, I'd like to congratulate everyone. Silence. Confusion. Then, you spent 3 days proving my grandson correct. The room froze. Oh, this was going to be fun. Very fun. A board member frowned. Chairwoman, you questioned a woman's character because a man accused her. The executive stopped talking. Eleanor's voice remained calm. Dangerously calm. You believed gossip before evidence. Another pause. You embarrassed yourselves. Silence spread heavily through the room. Olivia suddenly loved this woman. A lot. Eleanor finally nodded toward the legal team. Proceed. A lawyer stood immediately. Middle-aged. Precise. Very expensive looking. The dangerous kind. He activated a presentation screen, and suddenly Nathan Carter appeared. Not physically. Financially. A timeline filled the wall. Emails. Communications. Internal access logs. Security reports. Olivia blinked. Oh no. Nathan was about to die professionally. Interesting. Very interesting. The lawyer adjusted his glasses. Over the past 18 months, Mr. Nathan Carter accessed restricted employee records without authorization. Silence. The board shifted. The lawyer continued. Over the past 11 months, he improperly monitored staff communications. Another slide appeared. More evidence. More records. More violations. Olivia felt cold realization settle in. Nathan wasn't simply angry. Nathan had been abusing authority for a long time. The lawyer's voice remained steady. We also discovered multiple attempts to suppress employee complaints. A board member looked horrified. Good. They should. Then came the final slide, and the room completely changed. The lawyer looked toward the board. 3 days ago, Mr. Carter illegally accessed confidential legal records related to Mr. and Mrs. Vale. The marriage agreement. There it was. The room went silent. One executive actually closed his eyes briefly. Nathan wasn't just unethical. He was finished. The lawyer continued. He then distributed those records to media organizations. A pause. Which constitutes multiple criminal violations. The boardroom became very still. Very, very still. Because suddenly this wasn't scandal. It was prosecution. Interesting. Very interesting. Olivia looked toward Elias. His expression hadn't changed once. Not satisfaction. Not anger. Nothing. Just calm. The same calm from the bus stop. The realization struck her suddenly. Nathan spent years chasing power. Elias spent years learning restraint. And that difference changed everything. Another board member stood abruptly. How did we miss this? Eleanor answered immediately. Because you were looking at profits. Silence, then quietly. And Olivia was looking at people. The room turned toward her instantly. Wonderful. Exactly what she wanted. Attention. Her favorite thing, absolutely. Eleanor's eyes softened slightly. Several employees cited Mrs. Vale's treatment of staff while discussing company culture. Olivia blinked. What? The board chairwoman continued calmly. Housekeeping teams mentioned you repeatedly. More confusion. Eleanor actually smiled slightly. Apparently you helped fold laundry during staffing shortages. Olivia felt heat rise instantly. Oh. The room stared. She shrugged awkwardly. We were behind schedule. Silence. Then, one board member laughed. Another smiled. And suddenly the atmosphere shifted. Interesting. Very interesting. Not because of money. Not because of status. Because kindness translated. Even here. Eleanor leaned back slightly. The irony is remarkable. The room listened. A billionaire heir disappears to find authentic people. Her eyes moved toward Olivia. And discovers them working inside his own hotels. Silence settled softly. Not uncomfortable. Reflective. Then the doors opened. A young assistant hurried inside, breathing hard. Everyone turned. I'm sorry, she said quickly. But this seemed urgent. She handed a folder directly to Eleanor. The chairwoman opened it. Read one page. Then slowly smiled. Dangerous smile. Very dangerous smile. Elias noticed immediately. What happened? Eleanor looked up. Amused. Satisfied. Interested. The employee survey results arrived. A pause. Then, after the media coverage this week, company-wide employee confidence reached the highest level in Vale history. The room froze. Completely. Several executives looked shocked. The assistant nodded quickly. Staff believe leadership finally values employees again. Silence. Heavy silence. Because suddenly everyone understood something important. Nathan represented status. Olivia represented people. And people were winning. Interesting. Very interesting. Eleanor looked toward Olivia carefully. Then spoke words Olivia never expected to hear. Or messes. Vale? Olivia straightened slightly. You may have accidentally fixed part of this company. The room laughed softly. Even Elias. God. That smile again. The dangerous one. And sitting beside him while the boardroom slowly transformed around them, Olivia realized something profound. Nathan spent years climbing upward. But somehow, kindness changed more people than ambition ever could. Olivia should have felt victorious. That was the strange part. Nathan's career had collapsed. The board publicly supported Elias. Employee confidence reached record levels. The media narrative shifted. Everything was finally moving in the right direction. And yet, something still felt unfinished. 3 nights later, Olivia stood alone near the penthouse windows watching rain drift across the city. Again with the rain. Apparently every major life event now required atmospheric weather. Wonderful. The city lights blurred softly beneath storm clouds while silence filled the apartment. A peaceful silence. Not lonely. That was new. Dangerously new. Olivia wrapped both hands around a coffee mug and stared outside. For years she believed survival meant learning how to be alone. Then Elias arrived and ruined that theory completely. The elevator opened softly behind her. She already knew it was him. Not because she heard him. Because she noticed something strange recently. The moment Elias entered a room, her nervous system relaxed. The realization remained deeply inconvenient. Marcus said you escaped the board dinner. Olivia smiled slightly. Without turning, I escaped professionally. A quiet laugh. Warm. Familiar. Safe. God. She was hopeless. Elias moved beside her carrying his own coffee. Neither spoke immediately. Just watching rain. Watching the city. Being together. And somehow that felt enough. After a long moment. You're thinking. Olivia rolled her eyes. Stop being observant. New. Reasonable answer. Annoying. She took a slow sip of coffee. Then finally, what happens now? The question lingered softly. Different this time. Not survival. Not scandal. Future. Elias studied the skyline. Nathan faces criminal investigation. I know. The board is stable again. I know. A pause. Then his eyes shifted toward her. Is that what you meant? No. It wasn't. Olivia looked down into her coffee, because suddenly she realized something. For weeks every crisis gave them direction. Problems to solve. People to fight. Scandals to survive. But now came the terrifying part, normal life. Her pulse unexpectedly quickened. Interesting. Very interesting. What happens to us? The words came out softer than intended. Silence settled instantly. Heavy, meaningful, real. Elias looked at her carefully, not surprised, like he had been waiting for the question too. Good. At least she wasn't emotionally suffering alone. Finally, I don't know. Honest. Always honest. Olivia appreciated that and hated it slightly. Because uncertainty remained terrifying, she laughed softly. You know, most romantic stories end before this part. What part? The complicated reality section. A faint smile appeared. Sounds poorly designed. Exactly. They stood quietly for another moment. Then unexpectedly, Elias reached into his jacket pocket. Olivia frowned slightly. What are you doing? He pulled out a folded piece of paper. Old, slightly worn, protected carefully. Interesting, very interesting. Olivia accepted it slowly, then unfolded it. Her breath caught. It was a staff commendation form, employee recognition paperwork, months old. And there, written near the bottom, her name, Olivia Bennett. She blinked. What is this? Elias looked almost embarrassed, which immediately fascinated her. Very rare occurrence. I kept it. What? You helped an elderly employee finish her shift. The memory surfaced slowly. Mrs. Garcia. Housekeeping. Bad knee. Long shift. Olivia helped clean rooms after her own work ended. No big deal. Just kindness. She looked back at the paper. You kept this? Yes. Why? Silence. Then quietly. Because it was one of the reasons I noticed you. The words hit harder than expected. Much harder. Olivia stared down at the paper. Months ago. Before the bus stop. Before the marriage. Before everything. He noticed her. Not because she was beautiful. Not because she was useful. Because she was kind. Her throat tightened softly. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Elias. His eyes lifted toward her. And suddenly she saw it. Not confidence. Not power. Vulnerability. The real kind. The terrifying kind. Because despite everything, despite billions of dollars, despite influence, despite status, part of him still worried she might leave. The realization nearly broke her heart. Olivia carefully folded the paper again. Then stepped closer. You know what I finally understand? What? You weren't looking for a wife. His expression softened slightly. No. You were looking for proof. Silence. Rain tapped softly against the windows. The city glowed beneath them. And slowly, Elias nodded. Yes. There it was. The truth. After years of disappointment. After years of fake relationships. After years of people wanting something from him. He was searching for proof kindness still existed. And somehow, they found each other. The realization settled deeply between them. Warm, quiet, real. Then suddenly the elevator opened again. Marcus appeared. Of course. The universe refused emotional privacy consistently. The man looked almost apologetic. Almost. Sorry. Olivia blinked. Did Marcus just apologize? Historic moment. Elias agreed. Marcus ignored both of them professionally. As entertaining as this is, interesting. Marcus developing sarcasm. Growth. Significant growth. The security chief held up a tablet. You need to see this. The mood shifted instantly. Elias accepted the device. His expression changed immediately. Not anger. Surprise. Real surprise. Olivia frowned. What happened? Marcus looked unusually satisfied. Very unusual. The final investigation report was released. Nathan. Olivia moved closer. Elias turned the screen toward her. Her eyes widened. Dozens of pages. Corporate findings, legal conclusions, evidence. Then the final page. Official recommendation. Termination. Permanent disqualification. Criminal referral. Nathan was finished. Completely. Totally. Irreversibly. Silence filled the penthouse. Olivia stared at the report, waiting, expecting satisfaction. Revectory. Something. Instead, she felt nothing. Interesting. Very interesting. Elias noticed immediately. You okay? Olivia looked at the screen one final time, then slowly handed it back. Yeah. A pause. Actually, I think I am. And suddenly she realized something important. Nathan no longer occupied space inside her heart. Not anger, not grief, not regret, nothing. He was simply gone. The chapter closed, finished over. Olivia looked toward Elias, really looked at him, and understood something profound. Nathan taught her what love shouldn't feel like. Elias taught her what it should. The difference changed everything. Marcus quietly excused himself a few minutes later. Leaving them alone again, rain continued falling outside. Soft, steady, peaceful. Olivia stepped closer toward the windows, then smiled slightly. You know what? What? She looked up at him. Tomorrow I want to visit the bus stop. Elias froze. Just slightly. Interesting. Very interesting. The bus stop. Yes. Rain reflected softly in the glass behind them. Olivia smiled. That's where everything started. And for the first time in a very long while, neither of them were thinking about the past. They were thinking about the future. The rain returned the next afternoon. Of course it did. Apparently fate had committed completely to the theme. Olivia stood beneath a black umbrella on a quiet city sidewalk staring at the familiar bus stop. The same flickering light. The same metal bench. The same corner where her entire life changed. Everything looked smaller somehow. Less dramatic. Less tragic. Funny how perspective worked. A week ago this place felt like rock bottom. Now it felt like the beginning. Elias stood beside her quietly, hands in his coat pockets, watching the rain, watching her, always somehow watching her. Olivia smiled softly. You know what's weird? What? I almost didn't come over here that night. A pause. I almost stayed at the hotel. The thought sent a chill through her. One different choice. One different turn. And none of this would have happened. No bus stop. No coffee. No marriage. No Elias. Interesting. Very interesting. You would have survived. His voice remained calm. Olivia looked toward him. That's not the point. Because survival wasn't the same thing as living. She understood that now. The realization settled softly between them. Rain tapped gently against the umbrella overhead. The city moved quietly around them. For once, no cameras, no reporters, no investors. Just two people standing where everything began. Olivia walked toward the bench slowly, then sat down. The exact same seat, the same position. The same place she cried after Nathan's engagement party. The memory felt distant now, like another lifetime. Elias sat beside her, not touching, never assuming, still, even now. Olivia looked sideways. You know what I never asked? What? What were you doing here? Silence. Interesting. Very interesting. Because suddenly Elias looked almost embarrassed. Rare event. Very rare event. He glanced toward the rain-covered street. Then quietly, I was waiting. Olivia frowned slightly. For what? Another pause. Then, for proof. The answer hit harder now than it would have before. Because she finally understood what he meant. Not proof of business. Not proof of loyalty. Proof kindness still existed. The loneliness behind that realization still hurt. Olivia studied him carefully. You really lost faith in people. Yes. No hesitation. No performance. Truth. A painful truth. Rain continued softly around them. Then unexpectedly, you restored some of it. The words came so quietly she almost missed them. Her chest tightened instantly. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Olivia looked away before emotions overwhelmed her. This relationship is emotionally irresponsible. A faint smile appeared. Probably. Definitely. The smile grew slightly. God, there it was again. That warm one. The dangerous one. Before either of them could continue, a voice interrupted. Olivia. Both turned immediately. A woman stood several feet away beneath a navy umbrella. Elegant. Blonde. Familiar. Very familiar. Olivia froze. Chloe. Interesting. Very interesting. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Not hostile. Complicated. Chloe looked nervous. Actually nervous. That alone surprised Olivia. Because Chloe Mercer never looked nervous ever. Can we talk? Silence. Heavy silence. Elias remained completely still beside her. Protective. Calm. Ready. Olivia noticed immediately, and somehow the awareness comforted her. After a moment. Okay. Chloe approached slowly. Rain tapped softly against the sidewalk. No cameras. No audience. No performance. Just truth. Interesting. Very interesting. Chloe looked exhausted. Not physically. Emotionally. Like someone carrying guilt too long. She stood before Olivia quietly. Then, I'm sorry. The words landed heavily. Olivia blinked. Not because she wanted them. Because she never expected them. Chloe swallowed carefully. For all of it. A pause. Nathan. Another pause. The apartment. Her voice lowered. The engagement. The rain seemed louder suddenly. Olivia studied her carefully, looking for manipulation, excuses, deflection. She found none. Only regret. Real regret. Interesting. Very interesting. I loved him once. Chloe admitted quietly. And I thought that made everything acceptable. The honesty surprised everyone, including Chloe. A sad laugh escaped her. He told me you held him back. Olivia's chest tightened. Of course he did. He told me you didn't understand ambition. Another pause. He told me he outgrew you. Silence. Heavy, painful silence. Then Chloe looked directly at Olivia. The truth. A shaky breath. He started changing long before you noticed. There it was. The thing Olivia suspected. The thing she feared. The confirmation. Chloe looked down briefly. I just ignored it, because benefiting from someone's behavior feels easier than confronting it. The words hurt. Because they were true. Not just for Chloe. For Olivia too. Both of them ignored signs. For different reasons. Interesting. Very interesting. Chloe laughed softly. Without humor. You know what's embarrassing? Nobody answered. He treated me exactly the way he eventually treated everyone else. The realization sat heavily between them. Because cruelty rarely stays selective forever. Eventually it expands. Eventually it spreads. Eventually everyone becomes a target. Chloe's eyes looked genuinely sad now. He never loved either of us. Silence. Then quietly. He loved being admired. The sentence settled deeply. And somehow, it explained everything. Every argument. Every promotion. Every betrayal. Every humiliation. Nathan didn't want partnership. He wanted validation. Olivia realized she wasn't angry anymore. Not really, just sad. For all three of them. A strange feeling. Unexpected. But true. Chloe looked toward Elias briefly. Then back toward Olivia. You won. Olivia immediately shook her head. No. Chloe frowned. You didn't. Olivia glanced sideways toward Elias standing quietly beside her. Steady. Present. Safe. Then she smiled softly. This was never about winning. The answer surprised Chloe. Maybe because it surprised Olivia too. Chloe followed her gaze toward Elias. And suddenly understood. The realization visibly crossed her face. Not jealousy. Recognition. Interesting. Very interesting. After a long silence, Chloe smiled sadly. For what it's worth. She looked at Elias. Then Olivia. He looks at you differently. Olivia's heartbeat stumbled immediately. Wonderful. Fantastic. Exactly what she needed. More emotional suffering. Chloe adjusted her umbrella slightly. Take care of each other. Then she turned and walked away into the rain. No drama. No final argument. No revenge. Just closure. Real closure. The kind Olivia never expected to receive. Silence returned. The rain continued falling softly. Finally, Elias looked toward her. You okay? Olivia laughed. Of course. Always that question. Always making sure she was okay. She looked at him carefully. Then at the bus stop. Then at the rain. Then back at him. And suddenly, for the first time since all this started, she felt completely at peace. Yes. The answer came easily. Naturally. Honestly. Because standing beside the man who changed everything, Olivia realized the storm that brought them together had finally ended. The storm ended. That should have been the ending. The bus stop. The closure with Chloe. The peace. Every romantic movie in existence would have rolled credits right there. Life, unfortunately, had other ideas. 3 days later, Olivia sat inside the executive employee cafeteria of the Vale Grand headquarters eating pancakes with housekeeping staff. Because apparently becoming the wife of a billionaire changed absolutely nothing about her priorities. At least according to Marcus. The security chief stood nearby holding coffee while watching the room with visible confusion. You realize most executives don't eat here. Olivia pointed her fork toward him. Most executives are wrong. Marcus considered that. Then nodded. Interesting. Very interesting. The man was becoming almost conversational. Growth. Significant growth. Around them, hotel employees laughed and chatted normally. Not because Olivia was important. Because she was familiar. That mattered more. Across the cafeteria, Maria Garcia waved enthusiastically. The same housekeeper whose commendation form Elias had kept. Olivia waved back immediately, then smiled. Because for the first time since entering this strange new world, she felt like she belonged somewhere. Not because of Elias. Not because of money. Because people accepted her. The realization settled warmly in her chest. Interesting. Very interesting. The cafeteria doors opened suddenly, and every conversation stopped. Olivia didn't need to look up. She already knew. Elias. The effect remained ridiculous. One man entered a room and somehow changed the atmosphere completely. Yet something interesting happened. Not fear. Not tension. Employees smiled. Housekeepers waved. Kitchen staff greeted him. Bellhops nodded. Interesting. Very interesting. Because suddenly Olivia understood something she never fully saw before. They loved him. Not respected. Loved. Very different. Elias crossed the room calmly, stopping twice to speak with employees. Remembering names. Asking questions. Listening. Actually listening. No wonder morale improved. Olivia watched quietly, then looked toward Marcus. He does this all the time. Marcus nodded once. Yes. A pause. Usually without publicity. Of course. That sounded exactly like Elias, the billionaire who accidentally became invisible because attention exhausted him. Elias finally reached the table, coffee in hand. Calm as always. You abandoned me. Olivia blinked. What? You left before breakfast. The accusation sounded almost serious. Almost. Interesting. Very interesting. Olivia pointed toward her pancakes. I had priorities. Clearly, a faint smile appeared. God. There it was again, the dangerous smile. One day it would kill her. Probably. Maria suddenly appeared beside the table. Mr. Vale. Elias looked up immediately. Warmly. Not formally. Warmly. Maria? The older woman smiled. Then without hesitation, she pinched his cheek. The entire cafeteria froze. Olivia nearly choked on coffee. Marcus looked like someone witnessing a federal crime. Interesting. Very interesting. Maria remained completely fearless. You work too much. Silence. Then Elias sighed. Good morning. Maria. The cafeteria exploded into laughter, including Olivia, because somehow watching one of the most powerful men in the country lose an argument to a housekeeper felt deeply satisfying. Maria turned toward Olivia, then smiled knowingly. Dangerous smile. Very dangerous smile. Keep him humble. Then she walked away. The room continued laughing softly. Even Elias looked mildly defeated. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Later that afternoon, Olivia found herself wandering through one of the oldest Vale Grand properties downtown. Alone. No cameras. No security. Just thinking. The historic hotel carried decades of history inside its walls. Old photographs. Vintage artwork. Employee recognition displays. Family legacy. Interesting. Very interesting. She paused near a hallway lined with framed pictures, then froze. A familiar face stared back from one of them. A woman, dark hair, warm eyes, gentle smile. The resemblance hit instantly. Elias's mother. Olivia moved closer. Beneath the photograph, Isabella Vale, Employee Relations Director, beloved by staff, remembered by all, her chest tightened unexpectedly. The picture radiated warmth, kindness, humanity. Everything Elias described. Beautiful, wasn't she? Olivia turned quickly. Eleanor Vale stood nearby, elegant as always, dangerous as always. The older woman approached slowly, looking at the photograph. Not the title, not the achievements. The woman. Interesting. Very interesting. You miss her. Eleanor smiled sadly. Every day. Silence settled softly. Then Eleanor glanced toward Olivia. You remind him of her. The words hit hard. Very hard. Olivia looked back toward the photograph. I think he misses her more than he admits. Of course he does. A pause. A loss. The only person who taught him kindness wasn't weakness. Interesting. Very interesting. Eleanor folded her hands calmly. His father hated that. Olivia frowned slightly. What happened? The older woman's eyes hardened, not angry. Disappointed. He spent his life believing power created loyalty. A pause. Isabella spent hers proving loyalty comes from love. Silence. Heavy silence. Then softly, she won. Olivia smiled slightly. Because she was right. Even years later, Isabella's influence remained everywhere. Inside employees. Inside company culture. Inside Elias. Especially inside Elias. The realization warmed her chest. Then Eleanor looked at her carefully. The way powerful women examine important things. Interesting. Very interesting. He's happier. Olivia blinked. What? My grandson. The older woman's expression softened. Since you arrived. The words affected her more than expected, because suddenly she realized something. She spent weeks focusing on what Elias gave her. Safety. Peace. Love. Protection. But maybe she gave him things, too. The thought felt overwhelming. Beautiful, terrifying, real. That evening, Olivia returned to the penthouse just before sunset. The city glowed gold beyond the windows. Quiet. Peaceful. Home. Interesting. Very interesting. Home. The word no longer scared her. The elevator opened softly, and she found Elias standing near the windows. Hands in pockets. Watching the skyline. Exactly where she expected. He turned immediately when she entered. Always noticing. Always. How was your day? The question sounded simple. But somehow it never felt simple coming from him. Because he genuinely wanted the answer. Olivia smiled softly, then crossed the room toward him. I learned something. What? She stopped directly in front of him. Close. Comfortably close. Dangerous close. I spent weeks thinking you saved me. His expression shifted slightly. Curious now. Olivia reached for his hand gently, then smiled. I think we saved each other. Silence. Complete silence. The city glowed behind them. The sun dipped slowly below the skyline, and for the first time since the rainstorm, Elias looked completely at peace. Not powerful, not important, not responsible, just happy. The realization nearly stole her breath, because suddenly she understood something profound. The bus stop gave them a beginning. But this was the life they built afterward. And somehow, that was even more beautiful. Olivia thought peace would feel louder. That was the strange realization. After everything, the scandals, the media, Nathan, the board, the chaos, peace arrived quietly, like rain stopping sometime during the night, like a room finally becoming still. Like realizing you weren't waiting for disaster anymore. 3 weeks later, Olivia stood inside a newly renovated conference room on the 20th floor of Vale Tower, staring at a sign mounted beside the door. Employee Support and Development Center. She blinked, then blinked again. No. The word escaped automatically. Behind her, Elias looked suspiciously innocent, which was always a terrible sign. Olivia turned slowly. What did you do? I attended meetings. Elias. I signed paperwork. Elias. A faint smile appeared. God. That smile. Still dangerous. Still completely unfair. Olivia looked back toward the sign again. The Employee Support Center. Her idea. Months ago. Back when she was still a waitress. Back when she complained about exhausted staff having nowhere to seek support. No mentoring. No emergency assistance. No mental health resources. Just work, survive, repeat. She never expected anyone to actually listen. Certainly not billionaires. Yet here it was. Real. Built. Finished. Her throat tightened unexpectedly. You remembered. The words came out softer than intended. Elias looked at her quietly. You mattered. The simple answer hit harder than any grand romantic speech ever could. Because somehow, with Elias, important things always felt simple. Olivia looked through the glass doors. Employees moved around inside. Training rooms, counseling offices, career development spaces, scholarship programs, emergency assistance resources. Everything she wished existed years ago. The realization nearly overwhelmed her. Dangerous. Very dangerous. She turned toward him. You built an entire department. You designed it. I made one comment. You made several. Interesting. Very interesting. Apparently he remembered all of them. Wonderful. The emotional damage continued. A familiar voice interrupted from behind. It's impressive. Both turned. Eleanor approached slowly. Elegant as always. Dangerous as always. The older woman looked genuinely pleased. Rare event. Very rare. The board approved the final expansion yesterday. Olivia blinked. Expansion. Eleanor nodded. All properties. Silence. Complete silence. The program was expanding nationwide. Across the entire company, thousands of employees, maybe tens of thousands. Olivia stared, speechless. Actually speechless. A historic moment. Eleanor smiled slightly. Apparently kindness became profitable. The dry delivery earned an immediate laugh. Even Elias smiled. Interesting. Very interesting. The board chairwoman looked toward her carefully. You changed this company. Olivia shook her head instantly. New. Wes. New. Eleanor raised an eyebrow. Dangerous. Very dangerous. You helped people when nobody was watching. The older woman's eyes softened slightly. That's leadership. The word settled heavily into Olivia's chest. Leadership, not status. Not power. Leadership. Interesting. Very interesting. Because suddenly she understood something. Nathan chased leadership positions. Olivia accidentally became a leader simply by caring. Completely different paths. Completely different outcomes. Later that evening, the company hosted a small employee celebration inside the original downtown hotel. Not investors, not executives, employees, housekeepers, front desk workers, kitchen staff, maintenance crews, people, real people, exactly the way Olivia preferred. Music drifted softly through the ballroom while employees laughed together. The atmosphere felt warm, comfortable, human. Nothing like the engagement gala. Thank God. Maria Garcia immediately hugged Olivia the moment she entered, then immediately scolded Elias for skipping lunch. Balance restored. The universe remained stable. Several employees shared stories about promotions, scholarships, support programs, career opportunities. The center was already changing lives. Olivia listened quietly, trying not to cry, failing slightly. Wonderful. Very professional. Across the ballroom, Elias watched her carefully. Again, always watching. Not possessively. Proudly. The realization made her heart ache. After a while, an employee tapped a glass gently. The room quieted. A young front desk supervisor smiled nervously. We wanted to thank someone. Olivia immediately pointed toward Elias. The supervisor laughed. Not him, couldn't. Correct answer. The room laughed softly. Then dozens of eyes turned toward Olivia. Her stomach dropped instantly. Absolutely not. No, no speeches. No attention. Terrible plan. The supervisor smiled warmly. You reminded us where people were employees. Silence settled softly through the room. Not awkward, emotional, dangerously emotional. Another employee stood, then another. Stories, memories, moments Olivia forgot, helping coworkers, covering shifts, checking on exhausted staff, small acts, tiny moments. Nothing special, at least she thought so. Yet somehow, people remembered. Her eyes burned immediately. Wonderful. Fantastic. Exactly what she needed. Public emotions. The supervisor smiled. You made people feel seen. The sentence hit hardest of all, because deep down, that's all Olivia ever wanted too. To be seen. Not evaluated. Not used. Seen. Across the ballroom, Elias's expression softened. And suddenly she understood why he fell in love with her. Not because she was extraordinary. Because she treated people like they mattered. The same lesson his mother taught him. The same thing he'd been searching for. Interesting. Very interesting. The celebration continued late into the evening. Eventually the ballroom emptied. Employees headed home, lights dimmed, music faded, until only Olivia and Elias remained. The city shimmered outside the tall windows, quiet, peaceful, complete. Olivia stood near the center of the ballroom, the same type of room where Nathan once humiliated her publicly. Funny, it no longer hurt. The memory carried no weight now, no pain, no anger, nothing. Because standing here beside Elias rewrote everything. The ballroom doors closed softly behind the last employee. Silence settled around them. Then Elias walked toward her. Slowly, carefully, like always. You're thinking. Olivia smiled. Stop being observant. New, reasonable, annoying. She looked around the empty ballroom, then back at him. You know what? What? The bus stop feels very far away now. A faint smile appeared. Yes. Olivia stepped closer, then closer again, until only a small distance remained between them. Comfortable. Natural. Home. Interesting. Very interesting. She looked up at him. Really looked at him. The man who shared coffee in the rain. The man who slept on her couch. The man who saw her before anyone else did. The man who loved her correctly. And suddenly she knew. Completely. Absolutely, without doubt. The certainty settled quietly inside her chest, like peace, like home, like the end of a long storm. Olivia smiled softly, then whispered, I'd marry you again. Silence. Complete silence. Then Elias laughed. Warm, real, beautiful. And for the first time since the rainstorm, there was nothing left to survive. Only a future waiting to begin. 6 months later. The rain arrived exactly on schedule. Olivia stood beneath the awning of a small downtown cafe watching droplets dance across the sidewalk, and immediately started laughing. Because, of course, it was raining. At this point, the weather was clearly obsessed with their relationship. The city glowed softly beneath gray clouds, while people hurried past carrying umbrellas. Normal people. Living normal lives. A sight Olivia appreciated more than ever these days. Her own life had finally settled into something surprisingly peaceful. The Employee Support Program now operated across every Vale property. Thousands of employees used it. Scholarships expanded. Emergency assistance funds grew. Staff retention reached record highs. Apparently treating people well produced excellent business results. Who knew? Well, Olivia did. Elias did. His mother definitely would have. A familiar black car pulled up along the curb. Olivia smiled immediately. The passenger door opened. And there he was, still ridiculously handsome, still unfairly calm, still capable of ruining her emotional stability with a single glance. Very inconvenient. Elias stepped onto the sidewalk carrying 2 coffees. Interesting. Very interesting. The man had apparently decided coffee was now their thing. Not complaining, just observing. He handed one cup toward her. It's raining. The Olivia accepted the coffee. You noticed. I try to stay informed. A faint smile appeared. God. Still dangerous. Still completely unfair. They walked slowly together beneath a shared umbrella while rain drifted around them. No security. No reporters. No chaos. Just peace. The thing both of them spent months fighting for. The thing neither realized they needed quite this much. Olivia leaned lightly against his shoulder. Comfortable. Natural. Home. Interesting. Very interesting. After a few blocks, they stopped. The bus stop. The original one. Exactly where everything began. The same bench. The same shelter. The same flickering light. Only now, it looked smaller. Less intimidating. Almost ordinary. Funny how happiness changed perspective. Olivia sat carefully on the bench. Elias beside her. Rain tapped softly against the shelter roof overhead. For a while neither spoke. They didn't need to. The silence felt familiar. Comfortable. Like an old friend. Finally Olivia smiled. You know, something. What? She looked around thoughtfully. This might be the most expensive first date location in history. A quiet laugh escaped him. There was coffee. Luxury coffee. No. Then I stand by my statement. The smile lingered. Warm, easy. Real. Exactly the kind she loved most. The rain continued falling softly. Then Olivia noticed something. A small plaque attached to the side of the bus shelter. She frowned slightly. What is that? Elias immediately looked innocent. Very suspicious. Very, very suspicious. Olivia stood and walked closer. Then froze. The plaque read in memory of Isabella Vale. Keenness matters most. Her breath caught. Slowly. Very slowly. She turned toward him. You did this. Elias looked toward the rain. Coward. Absolute coward. Olivia laughed softly. Emotion immediately rising in her chest. Dangerous. Very dangerous. She would have liked this place. His voice remained quiet. Gentle. True. Olivia looked back toward the plaque. Then toward him. Then back again. And suddenly she understood. This wasn't about a bus stop. Or coffee. Or even the rain. It was about a lonely man searching for proof that kindness still existed. And a tired waitress who accidentally became the answer. The realization settled warmly inside her chest. Complete. Finished. Beautiful. Olivia stepped back toward him slowly. Then reached for his hand. Immediately. Automatically. Like she belonged there. Because she did. The city moved around them. Cars passed. Rain fell. Life continued. Yet somehow the moment felt suspended. Timeless. Elias. He looked down toward her. What? Olivia smiled. The kind of smile that comes only when someone is completely certain. Certain of love. Certain of home. Certain of the future. I'd still marry the homeless guy. Silence. Then a laugh. Warm. Real. Beautiful. The kind she hoped to hear for the rest of her life. Elias gently pulled her closer beneath the umbrella. Forehead resting lightly against hers. Rain surrounding them. The city fading away. Then softly. So would I. The answer settled between them. Simple. Perfect. True. And standing beneath the same rain that brought them together, neither of them realized the storm had given them exactly what they needed. Not revenge. Not wealth. Not status. Each other. The bus stop remained behind them as they walked away together. Hand in hand. Toward the future. Toward home. Toward whatever came next. And this time, neither of them walked alone.